just productivity. So coffee to keep myself focused will help.
Hmm.
And also awake. But yeah, thumbnail right now. Thumbnail is the thing we're doing right this second. A very beautiful ugly in this case, Element Ed said about the writing. I think you were talking about this earlier. I was a little bit out of it. My bad.
You are just fine. I don't know about
Let's
it
see
being
here.
very ugly beautiful, but you know. I just know I read some of Tal's writing and I know that it is fun.
Mhm.
Even if Tal does not believe in it right now.
Sometimes our biggest critics are ourselves.
Often.
Let's see here. You don't get much time to write, sadly. Let
Hmm.
me find more time soon.
Well, Tal's primary thing is professional editor.
Ah, okay.
But often the choice
For
is,
other
do I get
people's,
to write or pay my bill?
right. For other authors to send them work and then they
Yes.
edit, give their advice and everything.
And she's amazing.
Don't have much time to write or sleep. Oh no! That second one you should maybe try to do more of.
I've heard good rumors about it, but I also know that
Yep.
Cal's heard the rumors too. We've had those discussions. And I know you
Part of the
have.
reason why I'm doing this oh sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I know you've heard the same rumors.
Yeah. Part of the reason why I'm doing this like full productivity stream day of like 10 to 12 hours. Because originally I was like, I'll do just like 10 hours and cut it off there. Because like even though there's a lot of things I want to get done, I can use a little bit of Saturday to,
Mhm.
do that and then kind of like relax. Unfortunately, yesterday I was in so much pain, like physically, and so I had to cut my stream short at 8 hours yesterday. And I fully just like, except for maybe 1 hour, um, after my stream had finished, after a nap,
Mhm.
just like spent the entire day of Saturday just like sleeping and rebuilding my body. Oh, Kaji Sensei has to go. Thank you so much for stopping by, Kaji Sensei. I'm sorry I didn't notice. Enjoy your lurk. Thank you for stopping by once more. Hang on, did I miss any other chats then? No, I didn't. Okay, all good. Um, but yeah, I've been carrying heavy boxes for Thursday and Friday, and it really caught up to me on Saturday.
Oh, yeah.
uh, I was able to like shrug it off because like I had collabs and the adrenaline of doing collabs like really numbed the pain. But once the collabs were over, oh my gosh, um, chat was like watching me um writhe and struggle with it, and so I just had to end stream early. But now we're here today to do a long stream. Well, actually, just an average night stream for me for a weekend. Um,
Mhm.
to work on things, and right now we're working on thumbnails. I want to finish all of my thumbnails by midnight tonight. I have quite a few that I kind of leave by the wayside. I mentioned this before, right, Lady Writes, where if I don't do thumbnails for long enough, they just keep piling up.
Mhm.
Yeah, so
So you
this
got a
one's not so
few.
bad. I
Oh,
I only
okay.
have like a week's worth of thumbnails. But remember how I said I did 35 videos?
So a week for a normal person might be like one or two. For you,
For
it's
me,
a
it's like
marathon
14.
rush to
Uh,
a
yeah,
million.
like half the videos I make are shorts, so that does help a little bit.
Uh huh.
Because shorts you don't do thumbnails for shorts. Um, Instead I just do like the caption title on the whole short. That's why I put that in the Two Cats Writing podcast, right? You might have noticed that.
Uh huh.
And by the way, Lady writes, don't ever feel obligated to put the same title as what I put on the screen. That's just there for like at a glance folks to look at, so they know
Mm-hmm.
that uh, if you're not reading the title of the short, they know like what it's about, generally speaking.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so I usually like put that up on screen for shorts. That's the quote unquote thumbnail. Um, but for long form videos, for the actual like main content of my channel, um, I try to upload twice, if not thrice a day for long form videos now. One for voice acting at night, usually reverse content, and the more specialized stuff, right? Highlights and things. And then the other one for the mornings, before I go to bed, because I'm nocturnal, are for the videos that are a little bit less um, intensive when I edit. So games like Among Us, or when I was still uploading Date Everything,
Mm-hmm.
and right now, um, the voice acting videos that I just can't fit at night because I have so many reverse 1999 projects I'm so behind on.
Mm.
So I have, yeah, about 14 thumbnails to work through, but we are chipping away at it one at a time.
This is good.
Mhm. And um, while I'm working on these thumbnails, I'm also going back and checking to see that if all the end cards are correct. Um, end cards are always such a headache for me because like you're only able to end card to the next video after it's published. So I always have to double check and make sure that they actually linked up correctly.
Yeah. I actually have somebody, well, when they remember to, that sits down and gets all of our shorts directed to the new thing to the new episode for us to try to help boost that.
Right. Uh, that's something I could maybe do if I were like doing this full time, but right now, day job is paying most of my bills.
Right.
Not that I'm making a insignificant amount from doing the ad revenue thing. Oh, Lady Rights, are you aware now I'm doing streams every single day?
I didn't realize it
Did I
was
mention
every
this before?
day.
Yeah, no, it's every day.
Okay.
Oh wait, I told you about it. Yeah, but like
I knew
I
you
maybe
were
didn't
doing them
explain.
longer, more often.
Yeah, no, I'm doing 9 to 15 hour streams every single day now.
Mm-hmm.
For fundraising for the music video projects. Because I don't want to like rely too much on donations, even though we've raised quite a bit from donations. Uh, Asking people for money, like out of
Yeah.
pocket, like disposable income, is difficult.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to like impose on anyone because of the economy being what it is. So
Who
ad
did this?
revenue. I've been doing these like 9 to 15 hour streams every single day for the past month, and it's going really well. I know the data is skewed by the fact that we got rated by huge streamers twice, but looking at it, if this were my full-time job, right? If I were to actually be in front of the camera for 9 to 15 hours every single day, and not just like, not even just productivity, but like being in front of the camera and having this number of audience, it still
Mm-hmm.
unfortunately wouldn't be enough to cover all of my bills. Like
Mm-hmm.
maybe it would maybe do half of my bills, so I can't go full time yet. Is what I'm
Right.
saying. So getting there, but um, part of the reason I know that I'm able to earn this much from ad revenue is because I'm doing a fundraiser. If once I'm done with the fundraiser and I'm just doing it for the sake of doing it and like having more money for medicine and food and things,
Mm-hmm.
I'm expecting that it's gonna drop off, right? Um, anyway, back to the main topic. I know I'm tangenting.
You are
ADHD.
fine. That's what we do. That's part of
Yeah,
why we have such fun together.
back to the main topic. If I'm able to do streaming full time, I think I've kind of figured out my niche and my style of
Mm-hmm.
like voice acting videos and gameplay. And yes, editing on stream. The accountability helps so much, guys, in actually like getting things done.
It really does.
I haven't been able to necessarily do that this past week. Again, I'm getting on my own case about it, but like I've just been so busy with work and they've had me do overtime every single day this past
Hmm.
week because I had to cover for someone who was absent and there's like a whole project that's like that was running last week. And I'm gonna be doing way more overtime next week. Um, but like what moments I can grasp between being busy with work and being busy with um my other like bigger projects, I have actually been able to get a lot done. Um, even if I feel like I'm behind,
Hmm.
realistically, I have to keep reminding myself that I'm getting a lot done.
Hmm.
And to celebrate the milestones I did reach, um, which is quite a bit.
Yeah, and the celebrations, I don't know about you, but I know celebrations are a struggle for me. I'm good at
Hmm.
celebrating everybody else. If you come into my stream and you tell me you wrote 5 words today and that was what you could do, I'm all for celebrating you because that was more than they were able to do the minute before.
Hmm.
But if I'm sitting here going, okay, my goal is 1,000 words and I've written, 300 words or something, I'm probably gonna need a reminder that it's okay. I only wrote the 300 word.
Hmm. Glass half empty, moment.
Uh-huh. So yes, I am glad to hear you were celebrating your achievements. It's a beautiful thing.
Hmm. Um, but yeah, if I were able to like do this full time, I could be the one to like do that as the producer of the show. I should be able to like link up shorts and help with the spreadsheet and things. I know you
Mm-hmm.
and MJ like talk a lot about taking things off my plate. Um, but if I were to like be an editor for your podcast full time and also rely on my streaming as like a career
Mm-hmm.
full time, there's a lot that I could get done. It's just the actual viability of um, doing this as a job is
Yeah.
not here yet.
Right.
We're aiming for it, but if you would like to help with that, that's a good segue, I think.
Yes. We would
Hey, check out
love
the podcast.
for us to be able to do that. All of us would like to be able to use the podcast as our main source of direction. So please feel free to go and subscribe if you have not. And if you have subscribed, could you go share that? Please.
Hmm.
Let's get us, we need to get to 1,000 subscribers and we're at like 68.
Right. Not there yet.
I have returned.
Mhm.
Welcome back.
Part of it is supplemented by, us streaming and talking about it whenever we do special events. Like yesterday,
Hmm.
I was able to mention the podcast offhand, and notice the
Ah,
numbers did go up. Yay, numbers go up.
Yeah.
Right.
yay. Numbers
But
go up.
also,
Speaking of, I need to go check that.
the the reach of our podcast relies heavily also on social media, which unfortunately the three of
Hmm.
us are not good at. not
And
not
we
We,
don't have
individually.
huge platforms. I would say
but
too, either any of
yeah,
us,
I
particularly
think
unless I'm unaware of one of you, like, being viral on
No, no, no.
TikTok or something. But I think
not
most of us
really.
have. We all three have like a pretty small platform at this time on social media. Uh, but
Give me video and I
we're
seem to be
working
doing better at it, but I can't be consistent. So that's, yeah.
on it.
The goal would be if we're well, you guys are already doing writing full time, but I'm still doing a day job.
Oh,
Um,
I still have a day job. It's
oh, you still
just
have a
not
day job.
paying me. I'm just still. I mean, I'm
Oh,
still
right. No, no,
teaching,
you're right. You're right. Sorry, sorry.
but it's not doing very well for me. But technically, I still have it.
Right. I always forget that it's day job for you because like when I think about day job, I think of like work that you're not necessarily 100%
Hmm.
into all the time. Whereas
Ah,
like
ah, ah.
with your day job, MJ, I'm like, man, that's a great day job.
Mhm.
It's
It
hardly a
is.
job.
I mean, I wish I had more of it right now. We have so little. Like our studio has
Yeah.
really floundered, but yeah, technically I still have it. It's just that we have very few students right now.
Hmm.
Uh, my writing is doing better than my day job, and that's sad.
Right,
That's
because your writing hasn't like um sold that many books yet, because your first book just released.
My
hmm
first book just released, and I'm with a mid-sized independent publisher, so my advance was not huge, uh, and it takes a long time. It takes a while
hmm
for I have to earn out my advance and before I'll make any more income on it. Um,
takes a
Right.
backlist.
yeah, yeah, it takes a backlist. That's the goal. The goal is have enough of a backlist that you have like kind of that you have steady income coming in a couple times a year, and with new contracts, being added is
Hmm.
that's the goal. But I don't have backlist yet. I just have this. I have one book out and a front list, I guess, because I have one book coming out, but
hmm
not for a while.
Part of the thing that unfortunately we need to do is engage social media a little bit. Like in an ideal world, we would have a social media manager for the podcast.
Yeah,
Who
hmm
would like whose entire job it would be to just like make posts every single day and
yeah.
um like remind people that the podcast exists.
Well, and
um
I've
That would be
been,
beautiful.
yeah.
mhm.
I need to find the best time and way to like I haven't promoted it much on my social media. Not that I think that it would have a lot of traction, but necessarily. But partly because I've been waiting for us to have enough of a backlog to be people in traditional publishing can be brutal.
Mhm.
Uh,
I fully expect to hear it.
and I'm like so I've been selective about where I share it until I feel like we have enough to show for ourselves that we can avoid some of that brutality like directly on us.
Right. So
If
for
that makes
I've
now,
been
sense.
a
hearing
lot of
it for
our
15 years.
Yeah.
indie publishing, right? Uh,
Oh,
Okay, very.
the reach of it has mostly been from our live streams. Like
yeah.
we are getting people to watch the podcast from YouTube's algorithm every now and again. Um, like random people just like stumble upon the podcast
hmm
who are searching for certain keywords and things. Um, Sorry to get technical, but SEO,
hmm
Yeah.
search engine optimization, which I know there's a shortcut to like optimizing for YouTube's SEO specifically, and I refuse to use it. Um, if you know, you know. I'm not gonna mention it because I don't want to endorse the use of it, even though I see people
hmm
use it all the time. Um,
hmm
it's just not something I want to do. Like, even though it's the easiest thing, right? It's how you get jobs on LinkedIn, after all. Yeah.
Ah, yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
I'm doing the hashtags and description things and ways to get it on the algorithm manually, which is not the best way to engage with an unfeeling machine. But yeah, what's been helping the most has been just like saying out loud in live streams, and I stand by this. Word of mouth is really the best form of advertisement.
It is.
Um, it's not the best reach in terms of like getting people's eyeballs on it, but how many people actually click on a social media post link, you know?
Right. It's
Um,
very small, like the percentage of people who see it versus click.
yeah. Whereas word of mouth, um, there's a lot of like trust between us and our audience who watch the live
Mhm.
streams at this point.
hmm
Um, to actually go in and like not just click on the episode once and then don't think about it ever again, but like actually watch the episodes and leave it running. Um, which again, folks, if you have time for any of our dedicated viewers, just like leave a tab open of Two Cats Writings, either the full playlist or the podcast episode playlist. That is helping immensely. I've seen the stats that people are doing that, and it's helping so much. I think later I just noticed it too, where like a lot of the views are coming from the playlist, and I know exactly what's going on there.
Hmm. Yeah.
It's not that you're necessarily watching it actively, which is fine.
You just
You're
have
like
it
leaving it in the
on.
background. It is helping a lot. So thank you to people who are doing that. YouTube likes people uh, watching long hours of a specific channel, even if it is in a different tab. Let's see. The chat is. Oh, Angel. Hi, Angel. Good to see you as well.
Oh, hi.
Sorry, I
And
fully rambled for like 20 minutes, I
Element
think.
Heads. There's a bunch of people that I missed while I was on the break.
Tal is
Um,
awesome. Tal is getting to write.
I'm starting to formulate in my head a way that I might be able to frame the podcast on my social media that won't immediately bring out the knives.
If you figure that out, it's like I warn you, the knives will still come out.
Oh, I'm sure they will, but I'm uh the problem with like yeah, promoting on the social media is you have to be on the social media to do
Mm-hmm.
it. And man, I the stuff I see on there, um, holy crap! But
Mm,
uh, I don't. The publishing discourse is something else,
it
and full
is.
of misinformation, which
I
we are actively trying to
come back.
dispel some of.
Yeah.
Um, but also, it's not like Katrina and I are the one and only geniuses who know everything either. So
Mm-mm.
like that's the problem is people will come to the podcast if we say one thing they think they don't like.
Mm-hmm.
uh it'll be the topic on threads the next day.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
um
Which
and
I fully
But
don't engage with threads.
if
right,
we
but that
are
would
the
be a place
topic,
that if I promoted it there, that's where all the publishing, that's where people
Right, right.
are. Like if you guys wanted me to promote it on my social media, the place to do it is threads. um
mm-hmm.
Unfortunate.
Unfortunate.
Unfortunate. I mean, it's one thing to like shout out into the void.
Yeah.
That's what I want you to do if you're gonna do it
Oh,
on
it won't
threads.
be the void.
Unfortunately,
Mm-mm.
you engage with it. You actually like talk to the people there, or
Well,
you
that's
Well,
the only
read
way
all
to
the
get a
posts that maybe
platform.
you shouldn't be
it
looking at.
is.
You have to engage with people for your platform to grow. That's the problem. Once you
Uh-huh.
get to a certain point, here's the thing about social media. You have to engage with people regularly for a long time to get in the
Mm-hmm.
algorithm for people to actually see
Anything.
you and to build your platform. Once you're
Yeah, terrible.
above, if you get to a place where you have like over 10,000 followers,
Hmm.
um you have to start treating it as something that you don't fully engage with as much because you will just want to die. Um but you have to engage a lot to get there. So yeah, if you like, if like I had, if we wanted to post about it there and have anyone actually see it, I have to engage.
Mm-hmm.
Twangerine, what have you done? Astrid, welcome in.
Thanks,
Twangerine,
dude.
I'm concerned.
Okay, I'm not looking at the chat because I was fixing a problem that I made that I didn't realize I made because I'm a dork. And now I hear that as my as the first thing I'm that's drawing me back to the chat. I'm concerned.
I'm concerned. Twangerine, what have you done? Do we need to drive to New Jersey and save you?
We do. I
and save you from yourself.
love driving, so if they need backup, if MJ needs backup, I will be there.
I guess I'll drive to the ocean on my bicycle. I don't have a
Decaf,
license.
you probably should stay put.
Uh-huh.
Don't worry, Katrina and I can handle this one.
All right.
And let's see,
We'll
New
be able to
Jersey's only
travel over
like
land.
it's a 14-hour drive. It's not that bad.
Michael, you love driving and your door no for you. How do I praise this family? Oh no! Oh no!
Do I need?
Oh no!
Do I need? Oh, thank you so much for the
Yamas.
follow, Astrid. I hope you enjoyed
Yeah,
the
it's
book.
just the VC fan.
Oh,
If
hi,
you need to express
Coder.
yourself creatively.
Coder Miller, welcome in.
Family friendly. This is very concerning. Where are we getting
am
details?
very
Because that feels
concerned
like
for Tangerine.
seeds. Seeds.
Chia.
Chia seed.
My brain is racing with terrible speculations. Well, my stream is family friendly, Coder Pillar. Oh wait, twins in the
Theoretically,
VC.
so is mine. Wait. Plan.
Or Tran was in the VC.
Yeah.
Wait.
Coder Pillar's asking if Lady Rights is family friendly.
Yes.
MJ is. Lady Rights, I don't know.
Yeah.
Yes. I have had so many teenagers and young adults that will float in here, and younger and much younger.
Mhm.
So yes, we keep it family friendly because I want to encourage everybody to read and everybody to write or create or whatever it is they want.
Okay. Well, for me, I'm only family friendly when I'm around you two. Otherwise, I'm okay with whatever. And people are always confused about that because I don't swear or do the things that a normal non-family friendly streamer does. But as long as MJ is here and Lady Rice is here, folks, let's be kind. Talking to you, my
Pretty
chat
please.
specifically. Even though I know that my chat is right now the same chat as everyone else's because concentric circles and shared audiences and shared chat. But the folks who will like stick around after Lee Lights and MJ leaves, when the lights are out, essentially the after dark crew, the night shift, who don't have
Decaf
as
is
much
the
of a
after
filter.
dark stream.
Right. Late night with Decaf and Vidya. But
Okay, that
man,
would be
if you need
fun.
to say something, we're here to listen. Oh, I see it.
Yeah. Yeah. MJ's got it. The after darks stream, they just they have pleasant dreams. So far, Coder, you haven't said anything that isn't unpleasant. I have hesitated on the video you sent recently, though. Yeah, that was gonna be a given. Also, I think the sweet person who made me coffee grabbed the wrong K-cup, and I think I'm drinking cocoa. It's yummy cocoa.
For a second there, I thought you were gonna say you're drinking coffee out of a mason jar.
I don't
Which is
have a
fine if it's
mason
iced
jar. I
coffee,
should
but
fix
like
that.
if it's hot coffee, oh my god, that's so bad. But no, it's just you got cocoa for some reason.
Yeah. I think the coffee when it got put away initially ended up behind some stuff after the barbecue the other day. And I think that this was one of those I'm going to help and grab the first thing I see things.
Hmm. Okay, I think Twan's okay now.
Yeah. Yeah.
um,
I'm not sure about all of Twan's internal organs.
I'm glad that Twan is like here with us now because yeah. Um,
Exactly, Cutter.
in the past, I would have been if it had been happening in like present, I'd be really worried. But the fact that Twan's here now after the fact, I'm really
Mhm.
glad.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Hello, Michael. Welcome in.
Mm.
Look out for his new
You
YouTube channel.
have the
After dark, he
After
becomes
Dark
caffeinated.
stream. I can't help thinking. I admit, okay, it's just the like community fan brain, but all I can think of is uh, Troy and Abed in the morning nights.
Try and have it every morning. Yeah, Community. Yep. Movie's
Mm.
coming out soon. So,
Mm.
so soon-ish.
6 seasons in the movie.
Scenes in the movie. Yeah. No, actually,
Mhm.
Hmm.
they have been greenlit for a movie for a while now. We just haven't heard any.
We just haven't heard anything about it.
Yeah, it's
I
happening, man.
guess
It's happening.
all those people are pretty busy, I guess.
Listen. Uh, they're just like doing some movies, but like once they're done with it, you know, uh, Daniel Glover. Daniel Glover. Yes, that's his real name. Donald
Donald
Glover.
Glover.
Sorry,
Yeah,
goodness,
no worries.
Donald Glover. Is taking a break from music. Maybe that's because
Maybe it's to do the community movie.
it's this movie. And I know that like Dan Harmon, the creator of the show and like director, is busy with like 100 seasons of Rick and Morty or whatever. But like, surely there's time between animation for the animators to animate to like direct.
Oh,
What I
no.
heard was like based on all the interviews, a movie a week anyway. So like,
Mm,
why not just like translate
mhm.
that to
Oh,
a whole production pipeline?
Well, and what was everybody else doing? Danny Pudi was on
Ducktales for a
that
while, and then
well, and is also the oh, I love this show, but what's it called?
Tour Dad.
About game devs.
Oh,
Uh, th- uh,
I'm
why
blanking.
is the yeah, you know what I'm talking about though,
It's
right?
not the IT crowd.
No. TV show about game devs. It'll come up for me in a second.
Right, if you search Nine Pudi's name too. Um,
Um, Mythic
decaf.
Quest.
Mythic
Danny Pudi was
Quest.
on
There
Mythic
you
Quest,
go.
but that's
Yep.
over. So
Yeah, there you go. There you go. It's all coming together. And Alison Brie, who does like 5 movies
yeah,
a
she's
month,
like in
is
every
probably gonna
freaking
be pretty soon.
thing. Yeah. And what's his name must be needing work because he's been doing
Oh no, he's not invited.
he's been doing a game show. The hunt yeah, the 1% Club.
Yeah, that's okay. I don't need that particular guy in the movie. Not even as a hologram. I'm
What?
good.
Wait, no,
Are
no, no.
we
Joe
talking about
McHale
specific
is who I'm
people?
talking about. Joe
Oh, Joel
McHale.
McHale. Okay, I thought about
Yeah, he's
the
been
other
doing the
person.
1% Club.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no. Now Joel McHale, I think,
Um,
has been down for it since like
since the beginning.
yeah, has been the
Yeah.
most not the most free necessarily, but the most like ready to drop projects for it.
Yeah. Yeah.
He like goes on podcasts like talk about it, and same with Ken Jeong. Um,
Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, Ken Jeong.
yeah, both of them have been like really vocal about how
Necessary.
much they want to do the movie.
I think one of the people they were having trouble getting, but I think maybe I read something that they did finally get her is the woman who plays Shirley.
Ah, Yvette
Um,
Brown. Yeah,
Yvette
because
Brown.
her
Yeah, I
health.
think that they
Yeah, her health.
were.
Yep.
Yeah. I think they were having trouble getting her for sure. Yeah. Yvette Nicole Brown. Yeah.
Mhm.
Um, but I feel like I just read something they got her signed on. And
This
then who
tells you how
plays
much I love the show,
Britta?
guys. I actually know the actors' names. I'm
Um,
so bad with names, and yet I know almost every single one, more or less. Like I would have struggled to like
um,
remember Danny Pudi's last name, but
right.
you got it first.
I'm such a big fan of him
Hmm.
specifically that I had it on the but you know often I forget people's names because
Names are hard.
Gillian Jacobs, that's Britta.
Gillian Jacobs, yeah. And I forget
Um,
Dean Pelton's actor's name now.
No.
I just said that
oh, me
I know all of them,
too.
and I'm blanking on it because he's so pivotal to the show.
Hold on, I'm looking it up. I'm looking
He's
it
an
up.
Oscar like nominate. He's an Oscar winning actor. Like they have him do the silliest role.
James Rash, Jim Rash,
Jim Rash. There you go. Yeah,
Jim Rash. Yeah.
he's like a really fantastic actor.
Mhm.
They all are, but like
Yeah.
Jim Rash is like a dramatic actor, and they have him doing the best and
No,
the
he's
silliest
so
roles.
good. He was so
So
good.
good.
I admit I love Community. I absolutely love Community. Um,
Don't bet you got.
even no, not very much of the Gas Leak year, but
Keith David was good in the Gas Leak year.
there were some people doing good work during the Gas Leak year, but the writing overall was
Mm-hmm.
pretty bad.
Yeah, no,
Um, yeah.
they really needed
There were there were a
the
few good things.
writers to
They
like
needed Dan Harmon,
they needed
it
Dan
turned
Harmon and
out.
the writers to like yeah. Who'd
It
have
turned
thought?
out they actually needed him. Even though I'm sure, like from by all accounts, he's like some kind of a nightmare to work with, but
Being a perfectionist, yeah.
not a not a horrible misogynist predator nightmare to work with like some.
Yeah. The one who
Mm-hmm.
I thought you were talking about earlier, who's not invited.
I knew who you were talking about. I knew who you thought I was referring to. I doubt he would ever go back, and I doubt they would ever ask him back.
Thank goodness.
Um,
Oh, and of course,
and
I
there'd
hope
be
they get
no
back
need.
John Oliver. I know that he
Yes,
was like
yeah,
he
right.
wasn't
He was,
as engaged in like the later seasons, but still.
yeah, no, but he was great on there. There were a lot of people who were there for like a season or so, who I would love to see come back. I feel like most of the people who were ever regulars on it were pretty great.
Hmm.
Um, and hmm,
Why were we talking about Community again? I don't remember. I think we just started gushing about it.
uh, it was because you said, oh, I think it's my fault. Um, I think I brought it up because I was like, I'm community brained because this is the first thing I thought of, and then we both went off on community.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even remember now, but I think it had absolutely nothing to do with community.
Right. I think we just went a full
It,
tangent.
oh, I know what it was. It was Michael. We can blame it on Michael. It was
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
After Dark.
Michael talking
Right.
about your After Dark YouTube channel, and I was thinking about the episode where they had Troy and Abed in the morning.
There we go.
Nights.
Yep. And
When they
speaking
had
of
the
chat,
night version,
let's go ahead and catch up here
the
because a lot of
nights
things were being
version.
said. Kisa
Sil,
L, thank you
welcome
so much for
in.
being here. Sil, nice to meet you. I'm new here. I'm Decaf. Nice to meet you.
Coder
Not
had
not
Say
a
to meet
hi to
you.
has a
chat and follow
project
Sil.
they'd like to discuss with you, Decaf.
Hang on, let me catch up. Allow me to voice. There could be to contact me about. Yeah. You can whisper to me on Twitch or on Discord. You can DM me. Here's my Discord if you want to join it. Hit me up on any projects. I'm a little bit tied up right now for the next month or so. Between overtime, I'm gonna have to do 2 hours of overtime every single day for the next
Ouch.
between the 5th until the 11th. So I will have no time pretty much for any like of my own projects, let alone like other people's. So July is gonna be a bad time for me. But after that, if
Mm.
you're willing to wait a little bit or like late July.
Ugh.
I am good to work with you. Um, I just got a lot on my plate. Between the 24-hour stream on Wednesday and the um, 2 hours overtime I'll do every day the week after, and then all of the music video projects mixing
Mm.
with um, fundraising. But yeah, after that, for sure. Let's see. Caffeine is in there somewhere. Right. My name.
Ah,
It just says, if anyone hears caffeine, it's me. As a Brit, my blood is actually tea.
I was like,
Foul
well,
MJ. Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say,
Hold on.
amusingly, I used to say the same thing about my bloodstream being coffee. Well, I guess it wasn't a coffee. I guess it wasn't a bloodstream. It was a coffee stream. Whatever.
Yeah, close enough. But yeah, I should get my hands moving again. Do, do, do. Because once he went off community, that was all I was able to think about.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
no, same. I also put a clip to the Troy and Abed in the Morning Nights version
Hmm.
or clip, yeah, from community on in the chat for you guys if you need to understand what I was talking about.
I need to ask you a silly favor, MJ, if you're up for it at some point.
What?
Excuse me. So I'm working on getting the documents together to start applying for grants and stuff.
Oh,
And I have several local partnerships that have indicated an interest in coming to start teaching workshops before I even have everything like the classrooms ready. Like they could come and do it in the main hall
oh,
kind of
nice.
thing. Yes, that's
Hmm.
going to be huge because we'll start bringing in an income before we've even started, before we've even finished everything, which would be beautiful. Um, but I was wondering if you would be open to writing a letter of intent to be guest workshop person. Um,
Sure. DM me with what such a letter should entail.
yeah,
And yes, that is something
just,
I could do.
I mean,
We'll send
granted,
Paul Revere to deliver it.
oh, that would be helpful.
By land
Now,
or by
just the
sea, you know.
more I can add to this grant application, the better chance we
Yeah,
have for things working.
absolutely. I know
Um,
how competitive those can be.
no, these will be in-person workshops, although we could record them and send them with whoever is coming to do guest workshop because it would be for good social media on their channels. And we might know somebody who can then edit down some of the nuggets to shorts that MJ could use to build their channel if they were teaching a workshop at this location. I will say one advantage to it being a former church is that they have this entire structure where they had all of the electronics for the video stuff, almost like it was all built in. That is going to
You know
be an
what?
asset.
Also tell me in the let me know in the DM when you send me the
Mhm.
details about what the letter should entail. Specifically what you would be interested in me doing a workshop shop about. So I could think about what that would be. Because I'll obviously
Right.
I'll
Mhm.
so I can like in the letter include something about if I hopefully have some expertise in whatever that is.
I keep forgetting that you live in the same country and you can
We
actually like
do. We're
visit each
quite
other in
far
person.
apart. We're quite far apart.
Yeah.
It would be expensive to bring me because they would have to pay for my transportation and lodging and stuff. But
Mhm.
because it is pretty far, I would say we're about. Let's see. What do I think?
We're an
What state do I
16
think
hour
you're
drive.
in?
I've
And
done it.
is it correct?
No, I'm
Yeah.
sorry. We're about an 18 to 20-hour drive. I haven't done it to where you're at. I've done it to where you've been. I've driven between here
I
and New
typed in the
York.
VC chat that I
I'm trying to think of like what's the chain of lodges. The Great Wolf Lodge, is that a thing?
Hmm?
Lodges?
No, you know
Yeah,
what?
the nave. It'll be
Like,
the nave and night. Is my
Like
sister
places to
adjusted it?
stay. Like when you
Hmm.
think of like
oh,
places to stay when
like
you're visiting,
hotels.
like hotels, like
Yeah.
Great Wolf Lodges, and I'm not sure that's the thing. Like Hilton hotels, I guess, or the Hilton Inns or whatever.
There's a
They're less
Hmm.
gazillion
expensive.
yeah,
Yeah.
hotels. Um, no, I would say, I mean, I'm gonna guess the budget for my lodging would be more like a Holiday Inn.
Right, which is still under the Hilton chain.
Actually, if you were coming this way, you'd stay at
Holiday
the
Inn brought to you by
nave.
Hilton.
Best Western.
I appreciate that,
Oh, right. Or
Coder.
I
I
could just
will.
stay right. I could stay with Lady Rights.
Yeah, the whole
If
Ah,
she
yes,
point
wanted
of
to
the
have me
this.
five-star
there.
hotel. Right, right.
Yeah, if I were kidnapping her,
Um,
it looks better for us if we have provided our guests with a room that is of good quality.
Mm-hmm.
And I honestly already built into the business plan. I built in
Ah, okay.
4 invited guest speakers from anywhere I choose. I have 4 people in mind to start with.
mm.
You, because we
I
need to
have
get face to face for a good podcast recording.
Mm-hmm.
so from my state to Mr. or to from my state to Lady Wright's state. And this is just from state to state, not like specific city to specific city. So give or
Right.
take like a couple hours.
Hmm.
um, it is approximately a 16-hour, 34-minute drive, a 28-hour train ride, or a 30-hour bus ride. Um, which isn't bad. I would either drive or take the train, depending on the state of my car. It would be a lot faster by plane. I am not super enthusiastic about taking the plane these days for various
Hmm.
reasons. So I would probably
Honestly,
go the long way.
well, the train is beautiful. You'd have time to sit and write. So peaceful.
Yeah, I do like the train. I do like train travel.
And the train comes right to town for me.
Oh, very nice. And it wouldn't be too
Um,
far from there's a major there's a train station relatively nearby, like 20 minutes, 30 minutes away maybe. That if not a huge major hub itself, connects to major hubs. So,
There you go.
um,
Now, I know you guys are talking about workshop things, but I just want
mhm.
to remind, although it's a little bit too late now, MJ,
that I need to be
have
writing.
have you done
I'm, loo-
any
I'm
writing?
looking at my manuscript right now. Yeah, I have been doing
Okay.
some,
All right. All right. Good. Good.
but not, slowly. Uh,
Real quick, I'll take a break from working on thumbnails and doing descriptions to just play a little bit of Minecraft while I can.
I
very nice.
appreciate the volunteering, Coder. Much appreciated. We will, but it'll be for a little while yet before I'll need anything like that. So I wasn't gonna put any lectures in. I I finally got in touch um with the realtor directly. I've been playing email tag with them for a while. Apparently, they're sick, unfortunately. So that explains why we've been playing email
Oh,
tag. And I appreciate that they were open to talking, although I kept saying, go get better. Because, I am happy to talk to you when you're done.
Not
The
dying.
property is being sold as is. So I need to know exactly what I'm walking into.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and I'm pretty sure there's a building on the property that's going to be a demo, which I am not thrilled with, but it is what it is. Uh, I thought the building that is in question, I thought it had been a parsonage, like a place where the pastor had stayed, which would make it a living quarters, a living, like we could move into it kind of thing. While we're getting all the renovations done and making sure that we're on site to make sure stuff's being done right. However, it turns out that they removed the heating element from the household, the kitchen and
Oh.
heater, and they were using it as general office space. They also have air conditioners in the walls. It would work as storage, and that's about it. And
So
not
not so
even like,
livable living quarters.
yeah, definitely not even like storage for like art supplies, because some of the art supplies that we're talking about carrying need to be environmentally regulated. So yeah, it's I mean, I appreciate being told, but plus I have to figure out how big the septic system is and when the last time it got pumped was, and I have to work out who's going to take care of that, because that is going to be done as soon as we move in, because I'd rather start that mess from scratch. The last thing I want is in my first year, we're having to deal with a leach field and the mess that would make.
Right.
Hi,
Otherwise
all of
known as
you.
baby water dragons, right?
Exactly. Do we have any DC or Marvel fanfic writers?
I answered in the chat
Oh, okay.
for myself because I didn't want to interrupt. I've just now answered in the chat.
I thought you were gonna plead the fifth.
I'm going to get through this particular line that I am knitting, and then I'm going to get to. I still have to get some stuff,
Ooh,
some marketing done for Book by
Michael.
Mail.
Michael might be what you need, Caterpillar. Michael, I hope you're doing well today.
Property stuff. I don't know. Do they work with that kind of thing? I thought they just did movies. I thought Mama Buckle was just an independent movie creator, director, person. Michael, you have a volunteer, or your volunteering is appreciated. Coder, you have a volunteer. I can speak. I can talk on some superhero stuff, although my superhero stuff's kind of dated. Oh, I actually have a couple of recommendations for legal stuff. I found somebody in the community that's been in business in this community adjacent to some of what I'm trying to do for, well, since the 90s. So I'm kind of going to be picking her brain for a lot of that stuff. And because she knows the people she knows have been doing this for a while, and the experience is going to make a huge difference in the mistakes I make. I'm going to make mistakes. Things are going to go sideways. I will spend money on something that is going to bite us in the butt. And I'm going to end up having to fix stuff. I just want to avoid as many of those that other people have done as possible. Kind of the same principle I've given to everybody. Learn from my mistakes. Don't make them. Make your own. So I am going to learn from somebody else's mistakes and make my own. If I sat here and deluded myself and said that I was going to do this and we were going to hit all of our milestones in year one and it was going to be gorgeous and perfect and blah, 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 that would be great delusional thinking that will absolutely lead me into bankruptcy tomorrow. I don't really like that place. So I haven't had to do that.
The banks are very nice people.
Mm.
They famously
Actually,
love running your bankruptcy claims.
the bank I am working with right now that I just opened the business account with, these people are so bend over backward. Okay, I haven't dealt with their loan people, so there's that. But as far as their
Mhm.
tellers and their people who are opening the accounts and that, they are so incredibly fun. I absolutely adore them
Mhm.
so much.
Of course they are. They're getting money. They're making money with you.
Actually, the person I'm talking to may be helping me arrange the live music for some of our events
Mhm.
because her partner does the music,
Hmm.
and she's talking about possibly coming and doing cosplay stuff at the
Ooh.
nave. We are talking about trying to find a way to, assuming that this works out, and I'm going to continue to assume it's going to work out. Because I don't really want to build. I mean, $4 million is not that bad for a multi venue complex because that's what it would be.
Mhm.
However, it's still $4 million versus less than $1 million to get going.
I'm just gonna pretend I didn't hear the number so I can keep my sanity. Thank you.
Right.
It's in the vault. We're pressing that number because I could buy a whole, well, not necessarily a whole, but like a small village of people. A small village for people, not of people. A small village for people with that kind of money in Philippines.
I love the way you said that the first time. A whole village of people. Will they do your work
Right.
for you?
I mean that too, but like it will only last so long because keeping people fed and alive is expensive.
It is. No, this will all be in like bank loans and grants and stuff.
Right. So it's not
And
technically your money until you make it back.
exactly. No, I am not in Jersey. If I were in Jersey, I would be much closer to MJ. I am not in
Mhm.
Jersey. If I were in Jersey, MJ and I would have already had coffee.
For
If I were,
real.
yeah.
Right, right.
If I were in
MJ also
Jersey, yeah,
loves
there
drinking coffee specifically
we'd
from
probably
Jersey and
be.
not New York.
I'd probably be going
Uh,
going.
MJ really loves New Jersey coffee over New York coffee, guys.
You're just trying to poke the Twandrine, aren't you?
Uh-huh. Just a bit.
What?
Yeah, if I were in Jersey, we'd have already done some in-house recordings
No, for
together.
sure.
Hmm.
Yep.
In
Yep,
Jersey
yep.
specifically.
Yeah,
Yeah,
in New Jersey.
totally,
Yep.
yeah.
I would
Because I
definitely be
would,
taking lots of trips to New Jersey.
right, right. I definitely wouldn't be taking trips elsewhere myself. No.
If you want to read about a road trip to New Jersey, pick up my book. I was a teenage death god.
There you go.
It'll be up in my timer shortly as well. So if you haven't grabbed MJ's link, watch Ryan Chat. It will come up because it's one
Yeah,
of my
Lady Rice and
regular.
I would have already met
Yeah.
up at the Vince Lombardi rest area. Um
Yeah, because I wouldn't have gone to any of your events in New York either. Totally. If I were in Jersey, I would
if you know,
totally
you
not.
know. I gotta tell you, one of the things that I have loved the most is some of my loved ones, and like again, this is definitely if you know, you know, if you've read my book or if you haven't. But friends and family taking photographs of themselves at the Vince Lombardi service area and sending them to me.
Okay,
The
that's awesome.
best, absolute the best.
That is awesome. I think my teacher's going to yell at me for this one. We'll find out.
Oh, the link. I put the links in my chat, but I don't think they show up
Yeah, it'll
in the
show
share
up in my
chat
chat
as
in a
stream
few minutes.
elements.
Yeah. So you can pop over to MJ stream, totally awesome, and grab the link, or you can sit here and watch my chat until it shows back up in the timer,
Yeah.
because it will show up.
Oh, did I say hi
You
to
can
Sil
also
already?
find everything at my website. Here
Yes,
it
that
is.
one too.
Hi, Sil. Sorry, I missed your chat earlier. It's very nice to meet you. Good to have you here. Sorry, we're all a little bit like headless chickens over here talking about things
That is a very
in
good
quick
description of us
succession.
today.
But it's very nice to meet you. I'm new here. I'm Decaf.
I'm trying to go ahead.
No, nothing. It was self promotion. Go ahead.
I was going to say I am probably I'm trying to figure out whether I am going to be popping off here about the same time MJ is, but if I do, I'm going to go into the recording thing, like into pre-recorded stuff. But Dad wants to do coffee, and I haven't seen him this week because my brother is currently not working nights, so he's just giving my dad his truck. So Dad doesn't need a ride to work
That's good.
or home, which is nice. But then I don't get to see him. Like I
There's
saw
that,
him on
yeah.
Tuesday for dental stuff. That was an adventure.
The dentist? Yeah, it always is.
Actually, the dental part was the easy part. The entertaining part was that, so if you don't take a medicine for a very long time, and your last experience with medicine is probably going to be very, very different, which is what happened. They gave my dad Valium.
Oh.
And he hasn't taken Valium in like 15 years. The last time he had Valium, it did basically nothing. That is not what it did this time. That is just not what it did this time. The best part was that he was completely cognizant of everything he was doing and saying, even if it made zero sense. And then he had
Is
that.
that a good thing?
Well, it turned out it was actually very good because he gets really anxious around dentists because he's got a gag reflex, and the assumption is the worst case scenario for every dental visit, which is not what happened.
He bites off the
Instead,
dentist's hand.
yeah. So having this thing that honestly calmed him down and helped him get through it. Like and this dentist was not the best for calm. He started talking. He got very loud and boisterous talking to my dad, and my dad tensed like visibly, even on the Valium. So, not the most as ideal for that situation, but I was concerned about he was already sleepy because he just gotten off a 12-hour or a 10-hour shift from work. 8. He goes in about an hour early, so it might have been, yeah, I think it was 10 hours at work. He'd just gotten off, so he was exhausted. And I was pretty sure he didn't actually need the Valium, he'd just fall asleep. But with the Valium, he didn't fall asleep, which is what made it funny. I welcome tips about gag reflexes. Yes.
So you're thinking about either ending stream or going out and just leaving the stream running to have coffee with them, or is that
Yes.
yes? Okay,
Yeah. Because it's not going to
that's fine.
probably be for very long if I go, which is why I'm thinking about letting it stay running. And then I can come back and just take back over stream when I get back. Like
Yeah.
regular. Usually when I go out there, I know it's going to be a bit, so jumping off makes sense.
Mhm.
At this point, I'm not sure if it does. He's 10 minutes away. And I know I'm going to have to get back to work anyway, so I'd probably end up just getting back on stream because of the way things have been working lately. Being live is better. If I just go to the recorded section while I'm on coffee, or at coffee, and I had the 10-hour clip of the first 10 episodes in there.
Yeah, it should be enough to keep people entertained, more or less.
I think so.
And there's also MJ and I who are here, like watching over the chat as well.
I have a
To an extent.
feeling that the timing Dad suggested is going to line up with MJ getting off.
Mhm.
Guess we'll find out.
Caterpillar is asking about anime. Um, I guess you can just answer that, MJ, while
Huh.
it figures out.
Right, I
Should I stay or should I go?
well,
Essentially.
I got confused by parts of the question. Caterpillar, I'm gonna tag Caterpillar in this thing on the current Discord, but like the way that I'm like, wait, it was easier to keep track in the old other Discord, but I've been like, what Discord is this? Caterpillar, are you someone I know IRL? The only other Discords I can think of were one I had for like IRL friends.
They might be confusing with someone else too.
Or was it the manga
I don't think
bookshelf
you like go to other discords, do you?
Discord? Not much. I barely go to my own Discord.
Coder
Um,
is
but what's
Coder.
funny is in my current Discord, they're actually oh, it's the same Discord. There's a TV film animation channel in there now. It's actually easier to find what anime I'm binging there because I actually made a channel for anime and
Hello, Jax.
animation and film and TV, and I just posted in there what we were watching. So this season we've been watching Demons of the Shadow Realm, Witch Hat Atelier, and The Liar Game. Witch Hat Atelier obviously is over for this season, which is very sad. Yeah, same Discord, but it's funny because I don't think I talked about it that much before. Um, yeah, obviously one of those is done. The other two are still ongoing.
How are you doing, Jax?
Go ahead, any rights?
No, that was just it. I was just asking Jax how they were doing while MJ's looking
Okay.
up the information.
Oh, I didn't have anything else to say. I said what
Oh.
I was saying. I said the anime. And I also tagged Caterpillar in the thread where I talked about it on
Okay.
Discord, on the Discord. So they can find it in case they want to talk more about it.
Sweet. I am
My
almost
friend
done.
Sean Gaffney is also in there talking about what he's been watching this season. Earlier one year, the check threads of the channel to discuss any show.
Did you do a full overhaul of the Discord and I didn't notice? I mean,
Did I what?
Did you do a full reorganization of your Discord or just?
I did a somewhat reorganization of the like yes. I did do a reorganization of the Discord to add more publishing writing channels prominently, and
Mhm.
I think it's just a little better organized now. It has all the channels it had before pretty much, but they are organized to give space specifically for writing and publishing up front. Not that there's much in those channels yet. I
That's
haven't
what I
had time to
thought.
put much in there, and but it was sort of in anticipation of doing the rebrand and
Mhm.
future things, you know. But
Mhm.
well, thank you, Michael.
Yeah, as I say, I know when I've been in there, it doesn't look that much different. I do remember seeing the writing stuff, which, makes sense.
It
But I,
hopefully the point was to try to make it still navigable for people who've been in it for a long
mhm.
time and easy for
Oh,
newer people to find what they want. And also I implemented onboarding
Hmm.
so
mhm.
that new people coming in can choose specifically what channels they want to see.
Mhm.
Um,
Michael here is going to be coming in with the news watches soon.
Oh,
yes, Michael.
that's
Michael
getting
is
Thank you,
great.
Michael.
Michael is uh coming in with the what's the word I'm looking for? Interior design
Uh-huh.
recommendations.
There you go. Yep.
There's MJ's in my chat.
But we used to have forums. I tried to have forums at one point to talk about
Mhm.
things like anime, and nobody used them at all because I think people in Discord just don't like it.
Yeah, threads in Discord they're good for hiding spoilers, but they're not really good
Mhm.
for maintaining discussions because they're so hidden.
Yeah, people don't like it. People don't. They just want their inline discussion.
Yeah.
Um,
Usually I just make a channel for
so
spoilers or I just use the spoiler tags.
yeah. So I you know archived the forums because nobody was using the forums, and like literally the last posts in them, I'm looking at the archived forums right now, were from like most recently 2023.
Yeah.
So nobody had been using them for a
That's been a
long
hot minute,
time.
yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. So I just got rid of them. Hate threads and forums and discords. I thought they would be useful. I do tend to like threaded conversation for certain things. When people want to talk about various
It
topics, but
reminds me of Tumblr. I don't
it
like
wasn't
Tumblr's thread
working.
system.
Oh, see, and the reason why I like threaded conversations is I was a long time user of things like live journal and stuff like that where all conversation is threaded basically um under various posts. So I like it. Like my favorite social media has always been things that had uh threaded conversation. However, people don't use those things on Discord at all.
Hmm. It's good for small conversations again, but it is very difficult to maintain
Mm.
because like the fact that it's like in a thread, in a channel, in a server, it's like an egg and an egg and an egg. Um, so like by the time you see that it's actually gray and like someone else has chatted, you've kind of moved on to a different topic at that point,
Mhm.
or you're like doing other conversation on Discord. Not even in the
Right. I mean,
same server necessarily, but just like in general.
right. It's specifically for topical conversations. I think it's
Right.
best where people are
I guess if you're
intensely
doing the
discussing
effort of like
topics.
closing the threads, once you think that the conversation's done, and then you start a new one, or people are allowed to make their own threads, it's more of a thing. But I don't think our particular
People are
flavor of
allowed to make
folks
their
are
own threads.
necessarily like that either. who open their own
Well,
threads.
we don't have I mean, I think if I had a much larger, busier server, it would be easier to manage things with Reddit conversations. Because the problem
Mhm.
with inline conversations, if in a very busy server, is like you can't see it at all. Like
Right,
the
everything's moving so
conversation,
fast.
yeah. So and I think that the social media that I have been more heavily involved in the past, um, were because they were public. Oh wow, my stream is dying. My stream is dying again.
Matryoshka dolls, exactly, Michael. That's the word for it. Sorry, my brain went to
Uh,
eggs because I think of surrogated deathless.
it should be better now.
It's what was it? Like a needle in
Really
an
bad,
egg
please.
in a duck? No, a needle in an egg in a rabbit in a duck in the chest. For some reason,
Mm?
that's my frame of reference for like nested nested conversations.
I could see the frames dropping. It's recovered now. I don't know what. Man, Twitch is really struggling today. These North American Twitch servers are really, really
Needy.
struggling today.
Mhm.
Um, have a good afternoon, Michael, or late morning. It's still morning. I'm like, wait a minute, it's 9 a.m. Have a wonderful morning, Michael, and enjoy your podcast. And wonderful to see you.
Bye.
Firefly. Oh, another LJ veteran. I miss LiveJournal so much. That was my favorite social media platform that ever existed.
Firefly
It
was back.
died, but LiveJournal was so good. Thank you, Firefly, for
Is there
Where can
shouting
anything
I
out
see
else like
to
it?
Firefly's
LJ.
chat?
It's in Lady Bright's chat.
Mhm.
Hang on, let me start the share chat again.
And
Maybe because you
apparently,
did something.
Yeah, because my stream. I'm not sure if
Yeah,
it totally died. It did come close to dying. It may have died. LJ was your online home. Yeah, I miss LJ so much. What was
okay, got it.
perfect about LiveJournal that no one has, that just hasn't existed, is it had no algorithm.
mhm.
You followed friends for their very long-winded like posts. So like it wasn't a microblogging site like something like Twitter um or Blue Sky or like any, it was real blogging, big blogging. Um you followed people on your friends list. You also could follow friends of friends if you wanted to. Like you could look at a friends of friends feed, but you
Mhm.
followed your friends. It showed you your friends' posts chronologically in order and nothing else.
Oh, nice.
um, and it was my fandom home for many years. It was great because you could have really long-winded discussions with people. Um, like it was great for that. It was great for like really good long like in-depth discussion of things. It's where we posted all our fanfic back in those days. I learned HTML from LJ as well.
Mhm.
um, it was just it was
Uh-oh.
such a great platform.
Ah, shoot.
Uh-oh. Oh, what happened?
Shoot, 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 shoot.
No.
Decaf?
Hang on. I was AFKing in Minecraft next to the zombie spawner, and I was killed by the zombies, which shouldn't have happened.
Oops.
Oh.
Hang on, let me make sure all
Are
my
you
stuff is
dead? Can you get
intact.
your stuff?
I should be able to.
If you can't, let me know. We can try to turn
Yeah.
back the server. Though since they did the latest update, the backups are weird now, and I don't know if I will have success restoring
Oh,
from
cool.
backup until I don't know. I tried to do that at a certain point recently and was unable to do it. Uh, but I'll wait for your report.
All right. Like I don't think it was supposed to be possible for the zombies to kill me from there, but well.
Sometimes one of the babies escapes through. They're so small.
Right.
So it could have been you could have been killed by a child zombie.
I wasn't AFK for very long, so hopefully my stuff's still there. Bit of a waste though, because my elytra was about to explode, so I'm worried about that
Ah,
too.
yeah. Let me know, and if you need me to try, like certainly I will try to restore from the backup if that's what's necessary. I'm a little concerned that they've done something that's made it hard to do.
Hmm.
It could have been the day I was trying to do. It was really soon after the update, and the servers were really slammed, and so that could be part of the problem why I wasn't able to restore.
They did have the sulfur update recently, so
Yeah, and it was right after the sulfur update, and I was trying to
okay, then
get
that
my
might be
bees
it.
back.
Yep.
Um, and in the end, I just had to suck it up and get more bees.
Kind of morbid.
Yeah. And I'd been on there alone for hours, so I knew that it would be fine for me to restore from a backup, but it wouldn't
Mhm.
allow it. And then I noticed that when I went into the backups, they're like, something great is coming soon here. And then it gives you an option to go and manage backups from the old system.
Hmm.
But then I wasn't able to do it. So I wasn't sure, and still am not sure, if I wasn't able to do it because
Uh-oh.
the old system doesn't actually work anymore,
Yeah, all my stuff is gone.
or it's gone,
Yep, and
gone,
I find these
gone.
zombies wearing some of my armor, but not all
Wearing
of it.
some of your armor. Can you kill? All right, let me log
Yeah,
in and see what I can do.
where's all my stuff?
Hold on.
All right, I will leave the server, right?
Log out and I will see. Let's just hope that it's possible.
Yeah.
Hope,
I
hope,
stopped
hope,
taking my
hope.
break because I was like, ah, yes, let me just check in real quick with Minecraft before
Yeah.
I go eat breakfast. Um, and
I'm
yeah,
glad you checked. Okay, let me see what I can do here. Something went
did
wrong.
Lady
Please try it.
Wrights? Have you stepped away already, Lady Wrights, or are you still
Have
there?
I? No, I haven't done that yet.
Okay,
It'll probably be another half hour before I do.
just checking in because we're talking about something unrelated to um, and it's something you don't have context for. So
Oh,
I will hydrate for you once I and Astrid. Oh my goodness, Astrid gave me hydrate like an hour ago, and I don't even know if I did it. But one moment, I need to do some emergency stuff here in Minecraft if it's possible. Please let it be possible. Um,
oh,
uh,
I have Minecraft. The reason and I have been invited to the server. The reason I haven't gone is because all the other things I'm trying to
saves.
get done would not get done
Manage
because I
saves in
know what I do
old
with Minecraft.
UI.
hmm.
All right, I'm gonna go. It has one at 9 a.m. That's just how about 8:30 a.m.? Would that be that's like a half an
Yeah,
hour
yeah,
ago?
that should be good.
Okay. I'm gonna try it. Please, please
And
restore
like
save.
any backup from any point today is fine. I'm not losing all that much. So, like all I've been doing so far has been just like transporting lava back and forth.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna try to restore this save
Well, it
and
looks like I'm
we'll
doing a
hope it's
concept
gonna
logo
happen.
for the name.
Claims it's restoring save.
Hmm.
We'll see
Can I
if it
do
really
it?
does.
To go here, I guess.
I have one thing I can try if this doesn't work.
Hmm.
Because one other time when restoring the save didn't work, it worked for me to download the save and
Oh boy,
then upload it.
that's one thing
Um,
though. Maybe don't do that if you can afford it.
Mm.
well, no, I'll do it if I have to. Okay, it failed to load save. We could not load the selected save file. Let's read. Okay, let me try to download it.
Oh boy. Well, I'm gonna settle
I'm
in
gonna
and just
download
open
the
a new
save.
thumbnail to work on here because This might be a minute.
Yeah, and we're gonna not panic, and or we're gonna try to not panic, and try to download this save, and see. All right, downloading world. It is downloading this world, and then I will try to restore from it. I'll update you. It's pretty early on in downloading the world, but I can see the line is moving. The little progress thing is moving.
Progress is good.
Slow, but surely downloading.
Mhm.
And we have hopes that we will be able to restore from this and like upload it and restore from it. If this doesn't work, there's one more thing I can try, which is I can try to save that save to my online to the online storage for the realm,
Mhm.
and then try to restore it from that. And if not, you can start making a list of the things you need us to make for you.
I have I think I had my shulker chest on me too.
Oh God. Okay. Let's really hope this is gonna work. That one of these methods is going to work. It is still downloading the world. It's getting close to finish downloading the world.
Eddie writes just now. Did you
Just
hear
finished
MJ get a lot
downloading
louder for a second, or was it just me?
world.
Maybe a little bit.
Okay.
Hmm.
Not as bad as
Discord
it was
doing
before.
shenanigans.
That wouldn't be a shock.
Sometimes it happens. Anyway,
Importing
even though
world.
you turned off the setting, MJ, just wanted to let you know.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like there's nothing I can do about it because I have the settings set like they're supposed to be.
Mm-hmm.
Do this. Minecraft. I feel like I can't get off this screen, which is a little worrisome. I'm gonna restart the app and see if I can. Um, let's see. I want to. I'm trying again to restore, save. Save restored successfully.
Mhm.
It says, Decaf, can you log in and see if in fact it has restored the
Let's see.
save. And if not, we will try something else.
Right. Game is loading. Peggy 16. ESRB rating G. Or whatever the ESRB rating is for Minecraft. Just gonna be patient here and wait. Watch pot
Mhm.
never boils and all that.
Luck
Night,
moment.
Umbria. Sleep well.
I'm on the tensely
I
waiting to
know.
find out whether this worked. You still loading in, Decaf?
Oh yeah, it takes a hot minute. Okay, my stuff is back. Phew.
Oh, thank goodness. Whew, it worked.
Yay.
Ah, I can breathe.
I
All
hear
right.
good things about breathing almost as much as I hear about
Yeah,
sleeping.
right?
Speaking of breathing and sleeping, I'm gonna go do some self-care and eat some food.
Good idea. That was a
I find that
stressful
I'm dead
moment.
again, so gotta take
Uh,
advantage.
and make sure your Minecraft character is in a safe place.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was gonna AFK by the zombie farm again because again, my wings are about to
You
shatter.
need 'em.
But
Mhm.
maybe eh,
If
mm,
you want to leave those for me, if you put them in a chest at Oceanside and tell me where they are, I will go and mend them for you because I can do it in a faster way with the thing that once traumatized you and put you into a horrifying
oh, the silverfish. Right.
frozen state. Yeah, I can go and mend it there if you would like.
Yeah.
So if you want to
My
go and
pickaxe in
just
there
leave
too.
it, put your stuff. I'm not at Oceanside right now, but I can hurry on
At some point.
over
At some point
and
later
mend
when
those things for
you've done
you.
more writing and you can treat
Right. Oh,
yourself with
right.
more Minecraft.
You're saying, MJ, this is not an excuse for you to log into Minecraft
Yeah,
but I have to. I have to help decaf, you
It'll
guys.
be there when you're done.
exactly. Eat your veggies, eat your greens. Then you can
I
have
can
dessert.
help decaf.
See, this is the
I say that
whole
as if
reason
MJ
why
isn't
I am
like
not in
wasn't the legendary
Minecraft
yet.
right now.
Yeah.
I am trying to stay restrained because I know I will do the same thing. It's your turn, MJ.
All right, I'm gonna close Minecraft. I'm not gonna log in and take the nether path
Not right now.
to
No.
to Oceanside
Later,
to pick up Decaf's broken almost broken elytra and pickaxe to
later,
mend them
later,
in at Twins Experience Farm.
at 100 words.
That Decaf legit cannot use because it just believe me, legit like Decaf cannot use this Experience Farm.
Yeah. No.
um but I can and will.
It's the I probably should have realized it when I heard that the potion that was gonna be used was like potion of
Was
swarming or something.
infestation. Yeah, infestation.
Infestation, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like my
It,
entomophobia, I don't really have like a hard entomophobia, but like when there's that many of them,
mm. Well, and
Hmm.
that was the day I learned what that even is.
right?
I had to look it up after
Entomophobia and
DCAF had
tryptophobia
this
combination. Because like,
incredibly traumatic experience.
yeah,
Um,
Dejo, come
or
here.
trypophobia, I guess it's supposed to be pronounced, but I always say trypophobia for some reason.
it was this incredibly traumatic experience, and the the server slowed down so much from the thing that was happening itself that it became nearly impossible for anyone to fix
Hi.
to like stop it.
Mhm.
Finally we did, but um it was rough, and especially rough for decaf.
I think we all
Uh
had to like leave the server, and I couldn't move.
right, decaf was like literally frozen and couldn't and I think in the end one of us was finally able to actually turn it off.
Hmm.
Um but we were having a hard time turning it off because it had that was when we found out how much it slowed down the server to be
Kitten.
when it
Before
runs. So I
you
only ever do that
say.
usually when nobody else is on, is when I go over and use the
Hmm.
experience farm because we noted that the realm can't take it if there's a lot of people trying to do stuff at the same time.
I
Speaking
need
of,
a second
speak,
opinion.
I will save and quit Minecraft. I put it in the chest.
Okay. Which chest for me to
Uh,
find?
fishing chest.
Fishing chest. Okay.
So later,
Yes.
if you have time after writing,
After writing.
I
Yeah.
will absolutely do it. Don't you worry.
yep, I'm gonna
Ember
go eat.
Cat is standing in front of my webcam. Sorry, you guys. And Decaf, please enjoy your food.
It will be beautiful.
Ooh, I'm so glad that that backup restore actually worked.
Yeah.
What a
That's a
and I don't know what they're putting in. It is weird now. If anyone is a realm, I might be the only realm admin in in this group right now in this chat. But they've done something. When you go to the place where you go to where they keep saves, it tells you something one like cool or something I can't remember the exact words they use is coming soon, and then gives you an option to go manage your saves from the old system, but then it doesn't work as well as it used to. It definitely I have not had any success just restoring it from the save. I have to like save it somewhere else first. Apparently. Uh used to be able to do that. But what I don't know what they're implementing. But I wish they'd finished it before they did the update.
that would be helpful, usually, in theory.
All right. Writing is the thing I'm doing now.
It should be.
Embercat is
Yeah.
perched on the desk, standing again as usual, right in front of my webcam. So my model isn't moving except for the
She
tail, which
wants
just goes automatically. But
yeah, well,
I don't know
she
what she
wants to
wants.
make
Maybe I
sure.
should actually. One second, I'm gonna see if she has food in her dish. I'll be right back. I won't do a full. I'll just mute, but I won't do a real BRB.
Mm, yep. That's exactly what it is, right? First, then dessert. But in my case, I am doing a quick I'm doing the logo in theory for the knave and knight. It was strongly encouraged that I use the KNs for both, so that's what I'm doing. If anybody has any ideas, I am not sure about how I want to do the. I hate the fact that I can't just do transparencies on this flipping thing. That drives me so nuts. So I want everything I do to have transparencies. This is going to come down here. We're deleting this. And we delete back over there. Deleting that. Yes, Rachel, I know. Pay the cat tax. Sorry, my hands had to do something besides. If you want me to make sure you can get food, right? Right, sir? I should be able to feed you,
Yeah,
not just pet you.
maybe she just wants pets. Embercat did, in fact, still have food in her dish, though I put some more in there anyway. I put her second breakfast in.
Is it safe to assume
but she's
Ember
still
Cat
here.
is more than 10 pounds?
She's actually quite a small cat. I'm not sure how she is. I feel like she's more than 10 pounds, but not much more than 10 pounds, probably.
Mhm.
She's a smallish cat. A smallish cat and not a fat cat.
Well, that's
We love
beautiful.
fat cats, but she's not a fat cat. She's a
I tend to be of the mindset that I try to keep my cats not as large as they could be if I gave myself the permission to be the person I would totally be. But
Yeah,
you
my
sound
kitty
like you're
has,
the person, like you
she's
give
a lean
yourself the,
cat.
yeah, you sound like you do for Ember Cat what I would do if I gave myself the permission to do it.
Well, she eats 2 small cans of food a day. But it's divided up into 4 meals because she doesn't eat very much at a time. So she has her first breakfast, her second breakfast, then she has dinner and her evening snack. But those are really just her 2 cans of food. She only eats half a can at once ever. So we divide it up so it doesn't go bad in the dish. She eats only wet food. And so she doesn't eat a ton of food. She definitely eats on the low side of but she's a smallish cat, so it makes sense. But yeah, she gets but we do divide her 2 cans of food, and it's the small, like the little cans, the ones I mean.
Yeah.
She gets half a can 4 times a day. Which we can only do because like I work from home, like we're home.
Right.
Someone's home most of the time to do this is the only way that we can do this.
Okay, so I am playing with possible logo options for the Knave because that's what chat voted on. And like, I'm gonna need opinions because I am smart, but there are some things I find I like, but other people are just, that does not work. And so, yeah. Okay, I would like to move that now. They're not gonna let me just move this. Just okay. You'll let me move just that now. Okay, there we go. Well, that's a given. It'd be very sad for anybody who misunderstood what I was doing. As the first person who thought that I was somehow doing something like that, and they walked into my establishment, they're going to be profoundly uncomfortable. I don't need to strive for diversity. We have neurodiverse, we have socially diverse, we have individually diverse people, all part of my team. Let's forget the actual operations of what we're trying to do. I do not know a creative that does not fit into one of those categories. My assistant, okay, I don't know if I've ever told any of you guys this story. I may have. And I actually have Nick's Flair to thank for this. But way back when one of my favoriteest people in the whole world started working at the library with us, nobody had said anything to me. Like, she'd been volunteering for a while. And I am absolutely I'm not interrupting in what you're doing kind of a person. So I just kind of stayed to myself and I didn't say a thing. I didn't do a thing. As far as, trying to interact, I just knew they were volunteering and somebody had their role in place and I wasn't going to mess with that kind of thing. And so I stayed very quiet, stayed on my stuff. And then I was one day asked to train her for my role because we had an opening. And I made, bearing in mind that nobody said anything to me about anything, that I would have been nice to have known ahead of time. But I made an contextually awful comment about how it would be great because they could go into the bathrooms that I usually had trouble going into. Because at the end of the night, you're supposed to shut off the light. And I have had times where I always shut off the light. Usually you step in, you say we're closing, you shut the light off. But of course, I didn't quite do that with one of the bathrooms on a regular basis. And so I made some offhanded comment about how it would be much easier for them because they could at least make sure everybody was out because I tend to run into issues. I literally have shut things off in that bathroom and then people walk out after I shut the light off. They said nothing to me when I opened the door a little bit, nothing. So I made some offhanded comment and they said, oh, I don't know about that. Bathrooms are complicated. At which point that was enough to explain to me what was I just screwed up. And immediately afterwards, my response was, well, they shouldn't be. And I dropped it and we moved on. She's now one of my most favorite people and she's going to be my assistant at the Nave. One of my assistants at the Nave. But I tell you, I felt guilty for weeks. And she's like one of my most favoriteest people in the whole world. I am so grateful she didn't hold it against me. Amazingly, of the people that I have been suggested for security, they will also make my favoriteest person feel even more comfortable. Which at our establishment, just because they have stuff in common. One of the security people recommended for me is actually moving in the other direction. Okay, I love that. I don't know why I love that so much, but I love that.
Zal, welcome in.
Hello, Zell. How are you?
Please click the heart at the top of chat and follow the wonderful Zeliosaurus right here, right now. Which is where they stream from?
MJ, could you pop over and look at my stream real quick? Is that too
hold
much? That's too much.
Hold on. All right,
really
which feels like, what feels specifically like too much? What am I
This is a logo.
Okay, so there's the logo and there's like a sort of a crown on the logo, like a or like a show it to me without again. There it is without, and put it back on. Because I don't think it's necessarily too much. I'm just trying to figure out whether it makes it harder to read, to like figure out.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe slightly harder to tell that it's 2Ks.
Thing is, if I go too much smaller,
But I
which
don't know that it's too much. What's the vibe you're going for with it?
kind of artsy, elegant.
Making it smaller actually did help. When you adjusted the size of it a little bit, of the crown, just ever slightly there, like it made the it was less overwhelming the K, the fancier K.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, with the Y, when it was bigger especially, I felt like I was looking at a Y because it was like emphasizing, it like put emphasis on the first part of the letter, the like little squiggly
Mhm.
going into the letter, which ends up kind of looking like a lowercase y, unless it is actually supposed to be YKK.
No, definitely. No, this is
Giving 50% Y. I feel like
this
it's a little
is
better with the crown. A little must have been. Oh, wait. Oh, so okay. So that's the whole thing there,
mhm.
but it's going to be represented by the smaller logo more, like often,
That's I'm thinking, at
or for
least as of
certain
right
things.
now. Yeah.
Hmm.
It's not gonna let me. I don't want that. I want. There's the jacket. Um,
I feel like it's definitely an improvement with the smaller version.
jacket. Um,
I can understand why you want something there, like why you want something extra, not just the 2 letters.
I was originally thinking just swords,
Mhm.
like a sword crossing a paintbrush, but I couldn't get that to
Mhm.
work right. Like in this spot between the two Ks over here is where I was trying to
Mhm.
make that work. Oh, that's too much. Um, huh, that works. It's almost the same
Briquette
color.
has returned to the desk, but I think she is leaving. She's over ever so slightly in a way that I think allows the camera on the iPhone that I use for my webcam to still peek out over and catch my movements. Good kitty.
I would definitely need Kitten to come in here or to loan me her screenless tablet to clean up part of that because I don't want that part that's leaning into the letter. It doesn't line up right. I think part of the larger one is it lines up better for what I was aiming for.
Mm-hmm.
Night picking. I appreciate the night picking, Madman. That's the whole point of having it on the screen is to get the feedback. Um, like I'm trying really hard not to have to harass somebody to actually put this together for me. like somebody that I know can do the work, but has like a million other things on their plate. But also that I have, this is where where it helps to know myself. Because I know that once they get started, I'll have like, wait, what do we try that? And they'll be sitting here 2 hours after they have designed probably what I would end up using in the first place, trying to nitpick and tweak and make perfect. And they will be annoyed. And I don't like doing that. Oh, that might do our kind of artsy night thing. Yeah, yeah, that's gonna have to be the words crossing. The K would need to be, I would need to get in there and just like delete that part, somehow erase it. But if we take this off, and then we do this, which I think is kind of fun. Okay. Are you mean to imply fire? Do you think it's working? I think I like this a lot, actually. It's just no. Let's go the other way. More yellow in those parts. Okay. Actually, this might be. Hmm. I would need to adjust that. I think we might have it. And now getting to the thing I want to get to is going to be a beast. Make this church a little bit bigger, but not very. Just this way. There we go. the best part would be to turn like the K, the prettier K, if you will, the more.
Evs. Welcome,
Aw.
Raiders. Welcome in. Oh, Ember Cat is like right back on the desk to block my webcam just as Kevzo's coming in.
Of course. Welcome in, Raiders. It is a pleasure to have you.
You guys, please click the heart at the top of your chat and follow my friend Kevzo right here, right now. Thank you. Yeah, I decided we rebranded. Oh, Elena, thanks for also being here in Kevzo's chat. Kevz, how was your stream? What were you doing today? And how are you doing? I'm often worried about you and your mental health lately. I know you've been through it. Elena was lurking at Kevzo's. You guys, I apologize. My cat is standing in front of my webcam, so my model is not moving, but I really am here. You're better now? I'm so glad! What were you doing today on stream? If you were just coming in with a raid, hi, I'm MJ. I'm an author. My debut novel, I Was a Teenage Death God, just came out in March. You can read more about it here. And you can find links to buy it here if you're interested in such a thing. I also play games on stream sometimes, mainly Reverse 1999 and Minecraft these days, though I do play other games off stream. I use any pronoun. If you want to drop your pronouns in the chat, that would be amazing. If not, that's fine too. But welcome in, welcome in. Couldn't finish the exploration primos. Aha! Yeah, no, I'm only at 65% myself, Kevs, and I just got there yesterday evening, so I totally get it. Yeah, I might not make it either. I suppose there's time this evening, maybe if I have time to play, but it's not even a wish. That 100 Primo Gems, just remember, it's not even a wish. You just did everything today. I actually really loved the story, and I had been dying to get back to it. I'd stopped like partway through because I just ran out of time. Ember Cat, please, could you just sit anywhere else? But there we go. You're just gonna wail now, since you got a job again. Woo! I'm so glad. I'm so glad. Yeah, I had been dying to get back to it, and it took me a while to get back to it, and all of a sudden I was like, oh crap, my time is running out. But I actually really enjoyed the story. There's a lot of lore stuff in it. It's very lore heavy. It's my kind of storytelling. I do wish it was voiced, but what can you do? But I'm looking forward to Shazanaya, that's for sure. And to the next batch and being on the moon. So
They still don't have all the voices in?
Oh no, they're just certain world. This was a big world quest that was unvoiced. Like a lot of the longer world quests aren't necessarily voiced, because you're mostly talking to NPCs. I wish this one had been voiced just because it was so good, and I feel a lot like some people skip the longer or don't, or just like click through the longer unvoiced world quests, and this one has so much deep lore in it that I hate for people to miss it, but what can you do? You clicked through this one since you were like fast. Yeah, if you get a chance, like at least go and read, like find a wiki or something. There was a lot in there if you're a story focused person. I'm very a story. You'll watch Ashkai, yeah. Or Mins, yeah. They'll sum it up for you. If you're a lore person in Genshin Impact, do yourself a favor and at least look up what was in this quest, this particular world quest. The Dorman Port one is the one I'm talking about. It was really excellent and fun to play through, with a lot of puzzles and stuff like that. But if you're trying to do it at the last minute, it's going to be rough to get through. But I still have a lot of exploration to get done if I'm gonna hit that 80%, which I don't know that I'm gonna do in time. But But that's because I'm struggling to keep up in all my games, honestly. Like my gachas, all my live service games, I'm really struggling.
Mm-hmm.
And I probably should cut some out of my life, but I haven't made the decision to do it. I know which one should go. Mr. GSC and I both know which one should go, but we just haven't pulled the trigger.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Which one are you thinking?
We've still been playing it. Oh, Duet Night Abyss should just go. It's a trash fire in so many ways, and
Mm.
we got really hooked on the story and really attached to some of the characters, but it is like technically it is a garbage fire, and the devs are spiraling, and we should just stop putting time into it. But
Mm.
we did get a little hooked into the story. What we're hoping is eventually the people who write for Duet Night Abyss will make a different game or go work someplace else. uh but as it is, it's just the game is so buggy, and it's been bleeding players, and
Mm.
so they're getting desperate, and but the way they're trying to do cash grabs to stay alive is not
Good.
player friendly at all, and it's if anything just creating a toxic player base and driving everyone else away.
Not fun.
But it's a shame. What can you do? I mean, quit the game is what I should do, but I haven't
Yeah.
done it yet.
That's usually what you got left.
Yeah.
Are you still playing
Anyway,
HS
Kevs.
Starville?
Oh no, I haven't played HSR for a long time. I got bogged down and got so far behind, and the reason it ended up being on the chopping block for me was that Mr. GSC isn't playing it and never was. Partly because they didn't release it on a platform that he could like really play on at first. Like he didn't have a PC at the time, and he was a PlayStation like console player only, and they didn't release it on PlayStation forever, so he didn't start it, and they never picked it up. And so kind of when I was like, we like to enjoy things together, so when I was struggling to keep up with my games a while back, that was the one that ended up on the chopping block for me. And it was right during, you remember when the main stories started getting so long?
Emporious.
And that is when that like coincided with it. Like that was part of my decision. I was like, I'm never going to be able to catch up because of this.
They allow us to go back on all of them. You can go back and play it later. You're not like, unlike other games, you don't miss out. So
yeah, but
I
once it
skipped Emporious, and I will eventually basically speed run that, because all Emporious is it's fan service to people who have played the other Honkai Impact Impact
the
Third.
Honkai Impact the Third.
Yeah. It's definitely huge for them, but also it is, hi, here's this character you're really in love with. You're so happy to watch them die.
Yeah.
And I can only tolerate so much of that before my brain's like, do I really want to? So I basically just skipped it all, and I'm getting into the story for the current run, and I know that I can literally go back and do part of Emporious and just skip all the dialogue and all the connections and get my gems and
your stuff and
and just keep going. And when I feel like going back for whatever heartbreak, I'm not going to be able to skip, because I'm sure there will be something. But yeah, I am. That is one of the things, that's part of the reason why I continued to play Star Rail, is because I can go back in the story if I just don't feel like doing it or can't, because life.
if Mr. GSC had been playing it, I probably would have stuck with it. And I think that's the main reason why it ended up being the one. And now, a couple times, when I tried to go back, like the power creep is so enormous. Like my characters are useless now. um,
They have done a
and I
lot of
really did
updates on
enjoy the combat.
characters.
Yeah.
They've done a lot of
Maybe
updates
I just
on
don't know
old
if I'll ever get
characters.
back to it, but we'll see. We'll see. I would have to have a lot of time open up
Yeah, I totally
to
get
be
that.
able to
'Cause,
re-pick up a game at this point.
yeah, I have a game that
Anyway,
I want to do that with, and I haven't done that yet.
Kevs, if you're still here, you may have had to raid and run, but thank you again so much for the
Sorry.
raid. I really appreciate you, and I'm so glad that you're doing better. It sounded like maybe you needed to get some rest, so I think you might have skedaddled. But everybody who came in with Kevs, thank you for being here. And I'm here with my friend Katrina, the lady writes. She's in the VC with me, and we are also in here with Decaf and Nvidia, who is on a dinner break right now.
And when
But
Decaf gets back,
is
I
co-streaming
will
with us.
be. Yes. When Decaf gets back,
Well,
I'm
and
going to go ahead and do that shift thing so that I can go do coffee with Dad, but I'm going to still be streaming, and you guys are still going to be stuck with me when I
yes.
get back.
Well, and I'll probably raid one of you in a few minutes because it is almost 10 a.m.
Which is what I was figuring was gonna. That's why I was saying I think my timing was gonna line up with that.
So I'll raid. If you're still gonna be streaming live a little bit, I can raid you. Otherwise, I'll
Yeah.
just raid Decaf's BRB since they will be coming back to stream live, I think.
As far as I know, I will still be here.
You'll still be here for a little bit.
Yeah, I'm going to do the I'm going to do the stuff the podcast thing. So it'll be did I just make that white? I did. Let's just delete that. That's not going to work. Okay, so I think I found a way that works to do this. It feels creative to me. You guys can tell me if it's not creative. I think this works. And then I put it on here and on there. And then that gives me the only other thing I kind of want is some kind of reference to paint. But I'm not sure there's really a way to do it. I was thinking about asking Kit and Sapphire. She'll go ahead and put a paintbrush on the fancy part of the K, like it's part of the K. Because I know I can't do that in Canva. That's not going to work. And Canva doesn't exactly give you the chance to draw, but they'll let you put in some AI. I'll let you know when I'm excited about using those features.
Man.
Madman likes it. Other side, the short form looks like that.
I think Decaf is back just in time for me to fail to update category. What? Oh, co-workering. Maybe didn't work. Decaf is muted, I think.
Mute in Discord. Yes,
There
hello.
you go. Hi, welcome back.
Yeah, that isn't me, by the way. That is a bot. In case I wasn't obvious.
The
And the
worker,
category did change properly. Yep.
Oh, okay, good.
This guy did a typo. So the first bot understood it. The second bot didn't. Also,
Didn't.
that
The
second
second
bot
bot was
doesn't
like,
have
"What?"
permissions to like change my category, so I don't know what it's talking about.
Mm,
Because I'm like,
it's speaking out of turn.
yeah, it was
What are
like
you even doing, bot?
I think this one is Mix It Up.
Bots,
Mix It Up
robots, can't trust
basically
them.
is like um when I installed Mix It Up, it had all of these like permissions that it wanted to get from me, and I was like, do you need access to my account to this degree? And so I didn't agree to most of it.
Mm.
Just sort of like, huh, this seems like a lot for just a bot that like does daily check-ins.
They do a whole lot more. Like you can get Mix It Up to do a lot of stuff.
Yeah, but
Um,
like I don't want it to have access
right.
to my account to that degree.
Hmm.
So I didn't
Mhm.
get permission, and so when it gets confused that it can't update the category, it's because I didn't give it permission to. Because I don't want it to have that.
Hmm.
You are just in time for me to raid out to
Hmm.
you as
Hmm.
I head out, and I'll be back tomorrow, you guys, doing the
Mhm.
same, doing productivity some more. Um, for now, I'm going to check in the cat, get a protein bar, and um, log into Minecraft and repair Decaf's uh, elytra and pickaxe, and then hopefully be disciplined enough to log out afterwards, or at least stay AFK and only go there for breaks. That'll be the
Mhm.
plan. But thank you guys for being here with me today. Thank you for hanging out with me, for co-working with me. Decaf, don't forget to vent later.
Right.
You asked me to remind you, or whenever. And
Mhm.
thank you, dear friends. Oh, there we go.
Bye, MJ.
See you later.
Ah,
Bye
okay.
and hi.
Hello, Raiders. Welcome in. Welcome in. Give me one moment. I'm just done doing
You've just
this
returned.
thing.
No worries.
Uh, but welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid, MJ. How was your stream?
It was good. Um,
Running
I
keeps.
was less productive than I would like, but I wasn't completely unproductive. So you know, there's that.
Blame
Could have
community.
been worse. But I had a good time hanging out with my friends, and oh, my student for tomorrow is gonna be out of town. Ho ho ho.
Mhm.
I just got notifications. I do still have a student this afternoon though. Anyway, my stream was good. I still feel really mentally scattered,
Mhm.
and I guess it's just my meds aren't working today, but hopefully I can kind of get it together as the day goes on.
Mm.
And all right, I'm gonna pop out of VC so I can get stuff done and also fix your stuff in Minecraft. And have a good rest of stream, friends,
Enjoy.
both of you. And bye.
Yeah, welcome in with the raid, everyone. In case you missed copying MJ's message, give me a second. Let me copy the normal raid message from MJ. And please check out MJ's book as well as MJ's Twitch
And website.
and website as well. Yep. Go follow on all the social media platforms except for Twitter.
I mean, I guess technically, if they really want to go over to X and follow, they could, but it doesn't mean
I don't know if MJ still has a Twitter, honestly. Let's see.
they would.
Mhm. I'm trying to find something I posted on Discord about Mix It Up, and I took a screenshot of all the permissions it was asking for, and several of them were super sketchy. Like there was a reason I didn't agree to a lot of it. Like it wanted a lot of my permissions that I don't think a single bot needs. So I only get permission to like post messages, but not my account information and my passwords. I don't think that's passwords, but like something like that along those lines. I was like, huh, this is this is a lot. Let's see.
Okay, so I'm going to, I need to, MJ's browser, because MJ's browser is just you now. And that means I have two of you.
Mhm.
And then exactly what I was expecting as far as the timing lining up. I am going to be shifting over. I think I have the logo for the knee. I think. Try that's. Let's see if I can do it different. Different thing that I don't like. And then I am going to probably go ahead and do the video podcast. There's an English. It was going to come out eventually. I'm going to probably do the podcast thing. Right on the channel. And I will probably be back here. I'm going to say probably about an hour because Dad's not going to be very long.
Yeah. Enjoy your coffee, Lady Wrights.
He's already done coffee with my brother for a little bit. So that's why I don't think this will be very long.
It might just be the post coffee, right?
Right. Yeah. We're going to go have second coffee. So and since I still have yeah, it's just like a million things. It feels like a million things. Since I still have a bunch of things I still have to do. Part of the reason why I needed the logo today is so that I could start some of the fundraising stuff I want to do. I'm aiming for artsy elegant because I'm hoping that this will be an environment where I will be able to like rent out to other for other purposes. And it definitely can be decorated for so many different things. And my sister is a person who's certified to do weddings. So I figured we'd be able to rent it out as a wedding venue even.
As the space is like, yeah, multi-purpose. You might as well get your money's worth.
Right. So, so I'm trying to figure out, like, I want the logo to give us enough room to do that. Like, I don't want someone to look at it and just think all the chaos that I will absolutely be creating. But at the same time, know that it's a thing that's available, type of a thought process for whatever stuff they might want to also do.
Here we go. I was looking for the Mix It Up like permissions it asks for from the beginning. It's like account management and access, chat access, which is fine. Channel points redeems, also fine. Stream event moderator access, read your subscribers, get your subscriber information, put them on timeout, like actually moderate your stream.
Yes, it can if you give it, if you want it to.
If you give it permission, right? all your channel information, including your analytics and your permission to edit your videos and to grab your footage. And I'm like, that doesn't seem like something I need to give it
Right.
necessarily. I get maybe you
Especially
could use it
since
for
you.
clipping, but I'm
Mhm.
kind of iffy on all that many permissions. So I gave it like access to read and access to do redeems, and that's pretty much it. Everything else I didn't give it because I was kind of iffy on how much it was asking for. Like there was 2 pages worth of permissions.
Mhm. Yeah, there's a lot. I'm actually hoping to move a lot of stuff that I've got going on over to Mix It Up where I can, because that would just simplify things for my little brain. When it goes into ADHD mode,
I'm just
it's
suspicious of the
just.
fact that it asks for this many and like those specific things. Like
Mhm.
I can kind of see where it's justified, like, oh yeah, this is for this thing and this thing and this thing and this feature. But also like do you need this like level of access for these very simple features? I can't trust it, I don't think.
Mhm.
Um so I only limited its permissions to just the redemption for the most part. And even that, uh it's very helpful, but like I don't need much more than that. That's the only thing I use it for, data redeems.
I have used it to customize entrances for all of my regular visitors,
Hmm.
and I love that I can do that, and it'll go graphics and text, which is a thing that I want to be able to do. And
I
I've
guess
used
part of
it.
it for me too is, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Part of it for me too is that yeah, it's highly customizable and like the coding is very nice that you can use it for individual users and do the custom messages. But
Hmm.
also like the fact that it's free, I kind of am iffy about that. Like, where are they getting their money from?
Hmm.
I guess they
Yeah,
have like
that.
subscription services that you could use, but I don't know.
Yeah, they
I'm just
do. But yes, it
I
is a
have trouble
lot that
trusting
they're
it.
doing. Understood. Good for a good reason. We don't exactly have great situations with the internet that in of things doing the things that it does.
Hmm.
Would love if we did, but I just, for me, I need to get to the point where I have things organized the way I need it
Right.
without having to do the stuff I do with my ADHD, which things end up ooh shiny.
Hmm.
And I forget really important things like being able to do the as MJ calls them fancy shout outs, the on Twitch shout outs. If I don't have my mods, I space it most of the stream, and that bothers me because I value when I get to see you and Angel and Kirsten and MJ and so many others that just come into the stream on a regular basis. And I would like the world to value all of you the same way. I think you guys are awesome. They should go spend time and visit.
Hmm.
Uh, but I forget to do them. Whereas I can mix it up to do that. And I've had it work, so I know I can. I don't, since I moved and everything got moved over to a new device, I haven't done it, which is annoying because my last setup had it exactly the way I wanted it. Like I had people, I think I had a dozen people set up for entrances. It automatically shouted everybody out when the raid came in the right way. It had really fun, um, interactive things that I just absolutely loved, and they're not there now.
Right. It's essentially an automated mod if you give it enough power. I'm
Hmm.
just not willing to give it that much power to see all those features because like um I have human mods and like
Hmm.
for me personally, I mean I get the being able to greet people and chat them out, but like for me um part of my stream is I like personalizing my shout outs like in
Hmm.
person. So when people come in, if a bot does it for me, I actually kind of lose steam a little bit because I'm like I wanted to do that. Or I'm like for sometimes a bot will like greet me, and I think that, oh, the streamer knows I'm here, and then the streamer will
Uh-huh.
like ignore me for like 15 minutes, and I'm like, oh wait, no, it's actually the bot that's greeting me. It's not actually the streamer.
That's funny because I actually have mine set up to do that because I get, well, you've seen me, I get hyper focused and the world
Right.
disappears. And I don't want people to feel lost or unwelcome or ungreeted.
Hmm.
I is
It has to have like a greeter at the door essentially.
Yeah. And if I could find a way that says that to indicate it so that I guess I could create a secondary account for it to um respond from that just says, "Hi, I'm Katrina's door greeter. Welcome to the chat." She's in hyper focus mode and we'll be looking at the chat again when her brain disengages for 5 seconds.
Hmm.
But she's really happy to see you. Please don't go away.
Yeah. Wait, I have to double check something real quick. I have to see. Oh, I can't check now. I have to double check if Mix It Up shows up as me or someone else. I think it shows up
Speaking
as
of
me
author,
because like
yes,
that's
Brian,
the
forever. How are
collab.
you? Wait, you got big news, Coder? I do. You won the Magic Fest competition in the writer's workout. Oh, Brian, you're so awesome. Thank you. You know, you guys humble me all the time. Thank you. And I am so congratulations on winning. Sorry you guys are staring at the podcast on pause. Well, I am still here. I do not have it running. Oh, I know Coffee will appreciate that too. I need to kidnap her. I wonder if I could convince her to come in as a guest author for the Knave. I bet they'd love that. Of course, that would mean leaving Japan, but you know. Yeah, let up. Definitely keep us in the loop. Well, congratulations. When are you getting released? Is it out yet? Do you have links? Let me pop over here for just a second. Where do we? Yeah, we're released on June 6th. Yeah, links, dude. We need your links. Um, my friend, have you been gone so long that you have forgotten? I encourage you to drop your link. I want to celebrate with you. I want the world to see your ultimates. Have you truly been gone from my stream that long that you have forgotten this fact? Drop your links, dude. Seriously. Especially this stream. I know some people are understandably concerned about people who do that. I am not one of them. Very, very hard for me to go and check things out if I don't know where they're at. I'm opening the tab. Very cool. I am going to look at it in more detail when I get back. Oh, wonderful. I am going to stay in shared chat with the incredible Decaf and Nvidia. And if you are not following Decaf, you need to do that. And Brian, if you're up for it, feel free to follow us over there too. I'm getting ready to go do coffee with Dad, and I still have so much to do. Purchasing a building is not as easy as I want it to be. But it will be beautiful. And so I'm going to purchasing a business or building a business, Madman, for this kind of community, for the creative people around me. And it will be beautiful. Coder has been absolutely amazing on being oh, I appreciate it. I appreciate it a lot, Brian. You know you can get me on Discord at any time. Well, just don't forget that, my friend. All right. I am going to skip out. I'm going to leave the VC when I do. So you guys will have the amazing Decaf.
Hey.
Who
Sorry,
is the
I'm not talking much because I'm like listening to my edit here. But yeah, I'm
Yep.
here. We'll keep you company while you guys watch the podcast on the right side.
And the podcast is like a marathon run, so I know you guys are settled. It starts with episode 1 in our podcast journey. So if you have not seen it, you'll get the chance to do that. And if you have specific questions about the podcast, Decaf is our producer and absolutely amazing. So I will be back and I will make sure to say hello. I will leave the shared chat up because whatever help I can offer.
When the
I love you
pandemic
guys, and I will see you as soon as I'm done.
came crashing in on us and kind of stopped everything in its tracks. Today, I do still teach voice lessons, still mostly to teenagers. I also stream mobile games on Twitch 5 days a week. And I'm a YA author, and my debut is set for publication early next year. So, in contrast to Katrina's, what was that, 65 books? 65 books?
Yeah.
Is that the right number?
65.
65 books. I'm about to have one next year. But yeah, that's who I am. And again, probably just as with Katrina, more will be revealed as we go along. So I thought that today we should start off really just introducing ourselves to everyone and talking about how we got here, including like when did we start writing, how did we end up moving into writing as a career, and what made us choose the paths that we wanted to choose, to kind of give other people an idea of like how our journey started, if they're similar to their journeys. That could be useful information too. So Katrina, how did you start writing?
That's a question I think a lot of us as authors answer with things like, oh, I started writing as a kid and I always writing. And I think every author has that story of how they made their little books and as children, or how they they went to a workshop or they did a thing and everyone complimented them, and I absolutely have that. But I knew I was going to be an author uh, right before I became a teenager. I knew I had 3 goals in life. I can honestly say I've accomplished all 3 of them, and one of which was to be an author.
Amazing.
Uh,
I want to ask what the other 2 were.
to be a mom, and I am,
Yeah.
and to teach. And I do that every day on Twitch when I'm live. I teach when people ask, or the things people ask. I teach now on YouTube when I put out videos. I teach in workshops at my local library. So while it's not a formal teaching position, I teach.
So how did you, so you started, you always knew you wanted to be a writer since before you were a teenager. Um, I guess what was your early journey then?
Like while I was starting,
Yeah.
my
Yeah, I'm so curious.
first attempt at a novel though was in middle school. My first attempt at a novel was I think it was in 6th grade. I did not finish it because we moved and I lost the manuscript and I was doing it by hand.
That's heartbreaking.
At the time I didn't dwell on it, which is good.
I would have been so devastated in your shoes, I think.
Oh. In 8th grade, I had an opportunity to go into a workshop with a known author. This is an advantage to being in New York. And I keep wanting to say it was Steinbeck. It was not Steinbeck. He does not line up with the timing. It was an S. I will tell you that. I cannot remember his name. I could see his face. It's terrible. But he came in and did a workshop with like 10 of us and complimented how well we delivered our stories and where we started, and then provided effective criticism, which set a lot of us on the right path, I think. So
That's fantastic.
it was kind of after that that I knew there was no turning back, that this was going to happen. It wasn't just a 12-year-old's aspiration. It was, no, I'm going to do this. And that I have.
My story is so much less I guess linear in a way, because I definitely didn't know I wanted to be a writer when I was a kid. I've been writing in some fashion or another since I was a kid. I started out with like I wrote plays for this collection of hand puppets that my father kept around to use for like acting exercises and stuff. My mother was a singing teacher. My father was an acting teacher. And so I would write plays for the little puppets, and then I was also like writing without really thinking about it. My sister and I had a huge collection of Barbie dolls, and I was very dominant in terms of like how we played with them. Like we reenacted all these stories, which were mainly me reimagining all like my favorite books and plays and things. I would sort of translate them into new adventures to play out with our Barbie dolls. And then when I was a teenager, I actually started writing some short stories that were really inspired by the sci-fi story collections that my mom kept around the house. She was very into science fiction at the time, which is funny because my father was the one who watched sci-fi on TV, but my mother read a lot of sci-fi writers, and I was especially enamored with Zena Henderson, who wrote a lot of short stories that were originally published in sci-fi magazines at the time, but then they were compiled and put into books. The most famous one probably being Pilgrimage. And I was very inspired by her, and I'd say all my original short stories that I wrote at the time were very much in the same vein. Like I just kind of wanted to be like her, and they were inspired by her. But then after that, like the thing that I always knew I wanted to do when I was a kid was to be in musical theater. Like wanted I wanted to sing and act. And so I went to college for vocal performance. And aside from like this single semester of creative writing that I had to take as part of like as a required course in my BFA program, I really didn't write anything for years during that time. Like the whole time I was in school, really. Um, the my career in that business, like I really put aside writing for that, even though I had, loved it a lot when I was younger. Then after I left the business, though, I found myself picking up writing again. First, it was fan fiction, which I just started writing on a whim. Then totally immersed myself in it in true ADHD fashion, started it on a whim, and then it became an obsession. Then for a while after that, I was writing a lot for a blog that I started about Japanese comics that was called, and it is still called Manga Bookshelf, that grew into a blog network with a bunch of other writers. And they're mostly the people writing for it now. I still kind of manage the website, but I don't write much for it anymore. That was a really exciting time when I was doing that. It was the first time that I really tried to make writing into some kind of career. I went to conventions and things as press. I got to interview mangaka. It was very cool. I did a lot of writing, wrote for other outlets sometimes as well. But in terms of like career viability, it really didn't pan out the way I hoped. So when I made the move to teaching voice full time, in true ADHD fashion, my interest in writing about comics like pretty much evaporated. And then I threw all my energy into writing, all my writing energy into adapting opera librettos for my teen students for the opera workshop program that I ran. And then I guess moving into like, how did I decide to make a career out of writing since you decided so early on? So for years, I'd had this idea rolling around in my head that was based on a series of dreams I had as a kid. I'd even created a performance piece for it when I was in college. That was about it for my acting class. And I'd played around with trying to develop it as a graphic novel concept during the time period when I was obsessed with comics. But nothing really came out of it then. And then, like in the late 2010s, I started rereading books that my father had introduced me to years before by Annie Dillard. Her books are mostly nonfiction. In fact, maybe even entirely nonfiction. A lot of them are kind of science oriented, but there's also, she wrote kind of an autobiographical nonfiction novel, sort of, called An American Childhood that I reread at that time. And I found myself re-enamored by her voice as a writer, because it was so personal and so uniquely hers. And yet I connected to it so strongly. Like it seemed to connect to my inner voice in a way, and my inner world in a way that I wasn't accustomed to in other people's writing. And that I found really inspiring, and that made me feel like, oh, maybe I could do this too. Maybe I could write something that felt so personal to me, but that someone else would connect to this strongly. And so then, again, like kind of on a whim, like really suddenly, in 2018, I took that old idea that I'd had that was based on a bunch of dreams that I had as a kid that I'd, been carrying with me all these years. And I started writing a YA novel, and I didn't tell anybody about it for the longest time because I didn't trust myself to finish it. even when like during the days when I was writing fan fiction, like I wrote like mostly short pieces, nothing ever of considerable length, and I just really didn't have any confidence that I could write an entire book, and so I didn't want to tell anyone that I was doing it. But then I did do it, like, and it's I wrote it in just a few months, which is fast for me. And I finished the first draft. I started right at the beginning of the year, and I finished the first draft just before I was going to have to start preparation for my student opera production for that year. Sent it off to beta readers, didn't touch it again until, till the end of the summer when the opera was over. And then I did revisions based on their feedback, and I started querying it a few months later. And then while I was querying that book, I started writing another one. That's the book that got me an agent, and is the one that's coming out next year. And so like it kind of happened pretty fast. It's like I decided I'm going to be a writer all of a sudden. But then, I don't do anything halfway. So once I was doing it, I was doing it the whole way. And it was definitely not like so many writers, like you say, have that story. I've always written since I was a kid. I knew I wanted to be a writer since I was a kid, and that's not true for me at all. But I guess that's just how my brain does things. I don't really regret coming to it a little later. I think that I'm a better writer now than I could have possibly been when I was younger. Like I needed all that life experience to get to the place where I could write the books that I really wanted to write. So I guess the next question, and the thing that led us to this podcast in a way, is what made you choose the path that you took? Like as you were coming to this conclusion that you wanted to be a writer, that you absolutely wanted to publish, like how did you decide to go the indie path?
This is going to have a little bit longer answer, guys. Because
Excellent.
it took a lot more thought for me. At the time I started publishing, I actually initially I was going through a difficult time in my life, and I was making some major changes. And I started writing again because for a time that was taken away from me due to obligations and circumstances. And so I started writing again, and I started publishing it in its draft form in a couple locations. I got some feedback, and then I put it onto Blogspot, and I got onto Twitter, and I started sharing out my link. I'd post a part of it to Blogspot, share the link. Well, I started getting people reading it, which surprised me. I had a couple people reached out to me. One person in particular taught me about the querying process, walked me through some of the querying, some query letters, taught me what to expect and when I should, or if I could expect anything in regards to payments and that kind of thing, explain the royalty process at that time, which I know has changed. A lot has changed since then. But he walked me through the process. He had been signed up for a couple of books himself and just was really enjoying what he was reading out of what I was sharing. So I got really excited, and I started to test those waters a little bit. I didn't really send out a whole lot at that point. He didn't talk about agents, so I was going directly to the publisher. We'll discuss that later in a podcast. So that was my first attempts, and the book wasn't even finished at that point, which again we'll discuss that later in a podcast. But as I got to about halfway, I actually had 2 separate agents that reached out to me, and I started to connect with people who were in the fledgling indie community at that time. And I was a new single mother at that point, and I had to pay my bills. I couldn't just sign a contract, and the difference between getting paid possibly maybe 6% royalties after advance, maybe, was not going to take
Mhm.
care of 2 mouths to feed. It was going
Mhm.
to provide a roof over our head. We would have been living with family indefinitely, and that is not okay. At least not for me. It's fine if your situation allows it. It was not okay for me at that time. I needed our space to grow and to do. My household is full of neurospiciness, so we needed the room to do the things that are
Same.
spicy. uh, so at that point, it was a matter of what would pay me more faster. And by the way, I'm not sure
Mhm.
that faster really applied here because it still took me a year to earn anything that was gonna actually pay any bills. But it was a process worth learning, and it was a process that I came to understand what it meant to be a professional through this process, as opposed to just writing your stuff and putting it out there. And as soon as you know you can release it on your own, there's this buildup of anxiousness of, I'll be an author tomorrow, I'll be published, I'll be live, I can do that. Except don't. I just don't. Just don't. That is not professional. But it was a brand new industry, and we had a lot of people growing around us and building with us as authors, as far as editors and book cover designers and such. And so we did the best we could with what we had at the time, and still somehow, with the worst covers I think I have ever created in my life, and I did create them. Uh, I I got to book 3 in my unintended 4-book series. It was only supposed to be 3 books. It turned into 4.
If that isn't the most ADHD thing I've ever heard, I don't know what is. I tried to tell the story in 3 books, but
Yeah. It's an extra. And by the way, there's actually 5, in case anybody wants to know. Because I couldn't have the Fallout just focus on one thing, and book 5 is really a bridge. But I'll get into that discussion another time too.
yeah, I'm excited to talk. I'm excited to like talk more in depth about your work eventually.
I write predominantly in series and serials, ongoing stories.
Mhm.
If I put one down, I can come back to it at any time. So if I quote finish a series, it's probably not finished. I'm just finished for now. But after I got to the 3rd book, I had people hunting me down on Facebook. I had people tracking me down for that 3rd book to get it out. And at that point, somebody said to me, you know, the Kindle is marked way down so that they can get people to buy the books. Not because they wanted it, they were selling it at cost at the time. They were selling it at or just above cost to make the Kindle. It was a loss
Mhm.
leader. And so I turned the 1st book when I hit publish on the 3rd book. I made the 1st book free. Overnight, there were thousands and thousands of downloads, which reaffirmed my decision to go indie as the right decision for me. That book at the time qualified as a bestseller at that time. But what really qualified as a bestseller was that the 2nd book that was not free did go to bestseller status. And all 4 of the first 4 books stayed in the top 50 on Amazon for science fiction for the next 3 or 4 years.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, which just, you know, at that point you're paying your bills. You're covering,
Right.
you're taking care of your
Right.
family. You're able to walk away from whatever you're writing to be there because the school needs you, which is what I needed to be with our neurospiciness. You're able to be at every basketball game. You're able to be at every track meet. You're able to be involved, and that's That's what mattered to me as a mother, and it's very
Yeah.
hard to do as a single mother. And being an author made that possible. We had other resources that would come in from time to time, but once the books went to number one, it was just a matter of being consistent with what I was doing and being involved where I needed to be. So that's
Yeah.
what drew me to indie and what made me realize for me, indie was the right path instead of going through the query process that I know could have taken quite a long time. It's very hard on
Yes.
hope. And it's very, very hard to be available to your children if you're working 3 or 4 jobs just to make ends meet. And I was determined
Very
that to
true.
happen. So that's the essence of my indie journey. I had to come to a choice. I had to pay bills.
So,
What drew you tradition?
I obviously I made a different choice, but I'll initially I think I made the choice for really like a couple of reasons. First, like partly, I'd Googled things like how to get my book published, because I had no clue, which led me to websites mostly about breaking into traditional publishing and forums where people shared their advice and their querying experiences and did query critiques for each other and stuff. And so that was kind of laid out for me as like, this is the way to do this. And then also, it's not that I didn't know that indie publishing existed, but I'd written about manga for so long that I'd had a lot of interaction with the publishers that license those books in the US, and I was really friendly with their marketing and publicity people because I worked with them a lot, and I saw how hard they worked to promote the books. And that was not something I thought I could be good at, like really ever. Like I'm an introvert with serious social anxiety. I can't make phone calls. I don't really want to talk to people most of the time. Like you might not think that since I stream on Twitch like every day, but that's a very controlled situation.
Very different.
That's it's like it's entirely under my control, and I can hit the go offline button anytime. So everything that I saw those publicity people doing to promote books was basically my worst nightmares. The idea of trying to go that alone and be responsible for that myself seemed very daunting to me. There were definitely points during the period when I was querying my first book that I thought about changing gears. I had made a couple of friends who were in self-publishing or publishing with small presses, which I think was like the kind of thing that you were probably looking at when you were submitting your things to publishers, like some of them anyway. And I wondered if I would be better off doing that too, because I saw them, like they had books published. But then I'd also made friends with people mainly on Twitter who were having success querying and were getting agents. And I think their experiences kind of helped me make the decision to stay on track with my original choice, even when I was feeling discouraged, which I was a lot. Because I queried that first book that I wrote for a while. And probably the most pivotal moment for me in like really deciding what I was going to do and like the kind of point of no return for me was applying for Pitch Wars. Do you know what that is? So it was, I actually don't know if they're still doing it, but at least for quite a number of years, it was like a mentorship program. So they would, there were like published authors and other people in the business, like editors and folks like that, who would be mentors in Pitch Wars. And you would send in, like they had a very specific application, which you sent in. You had to have a finished manuscript. And you had to be unagented. And you would send the manuscript, or you would send a query, like you kind of basically a pitch.
Mhm.
So they say. You would send in a pitch, and to some, like you would choose specific mentors to send it to, and then if they were interested in it, they would ask for a full manuscript, and then after kind of a long period of all of them like looking at all the manuscripts they got and everything, they would each choose a mentee, and they would work with you on revising your book, and then at the end of the whole thing there was an agent showcase. And so I made the decision to apply for Pitch Wars, and I also at the same time I decided, so I had started writing this other book while I was querying the first one, right? And I was like, I'm going to finish this book, but before the deadline, like in between submitting my application, but before they announce who the mentees are, I'm going to have this book finished. So no matter what happens, I'll either, like, if I get chosen for Pitch Wars, I will know what I'm doing then, because I'll be working with my mentor and like revising this book and getting it ready for the agent showcase. And if I don't get into Pitch Wars, if I don't get chosen, I'll have a new book that is ready, like basically ready to go out and to agents, you know, to start querying again right away. So either way I could feel great. Like it would be win-win for me. And as it turns out, I did not make it into Pitch Wars. But I got a letter from the one mentor that I had chosen who had requested my full manuscript. And they have no, like, they don't have to send you anything at all. But I had gotten this really lovely email message from that mentor who, that was so encouraging and so complimentary of the book, and that it really, like, ironically, that rejection was such a huge boost to my morale. It really gave me the confidence to push hard, like, and go out and start querying that second book. And I did. And unlike the first book that I had queried for a year, with, you know, getting a few full requests, but never getting any interest, you know, never getting an offer, sometimes hearing nothing back at all, even after a full, and mostly I got a lot of rejections, but I sent this second book out and I had an offer from an agent within 2 weeks. And then, you know, and so you do the call and you tell everybody else. I hadn't even sent it out to very many people, to very many agents. I'd like started with a small list, and so I went back to that small list and I was like, hey, I have an offer. And that was that. The path was chosen. Like, I chose one of those agents and was on my way. So kind of to your point where you were saying like that your path was going to like see return much faster. I mean, that's definitely the case. You know, I wrote that book, the first book I ever wrote in my life, I wrote, you know, in 2018. The next one I wrote like basically the next year. And it's finally going to be published next year. So like publishing is slow. Traditional publishing is so slow. Everything takes a really long time. So even when you say that maybe your path wasn't as much faster as you thought because it took you a while, I think it was still a lot faster probably. But I don't regret that choice that I made either, at least not at this point. I'm obviously right at the beginning of my career, whereas you are quite a ways in with your 65 books. So we're at different places in our publishing journey for sure. But right now, I feel very happy with my choice. But I think, so the other thing that I thought we should talk about today, like as we're introducing ourselves, is kind of why we decided to start this podcast, because I think that that's really to the point. Yeah. So we met each other on Twitch. We both stream on Twitch, in case you guys haven't picked up on that. We met each other on Twitch, and I think I rated you.
That is entirely possible. It's also entirely possible in the other direction, because we've rated each other how many times since? And
I know. I think it was me. I think they had just given us the new writing and reading category, and I was so excited to meet other writers on Twitch. And so every time I was doing like a productivity stream. So I only stream, for you guys to know, at this time, I only stream writing once a week. I stream games the rest of the time. Whereas Katrina, I think, mostly streams writing and
I stream
writing related things.
I stream sometimes 7 days a week, and of those 7 days, there's a very good chance 7 of those days will be writing related. Writing productivity, writing question and answer, writing chit chat, whatever is going on, it's writing. And cat chaos. There's a lot of cat chaos. I have lots of cats. They get in this get cat chaotic. But those are my
Oh, sorry. What were you saying?
Those are my streams most days. But I like you. Once they gave us that writing and reading category, I had already been integrated with a lot of the writers here on Twitch.
Yeah, you already had like basically a whole network, right?
Mm-hmm. But the writing and reading category specifically gave us the opportunity to connect with those like you who are only in the writing and reading category sometimes.
Yeah.
And I love that they finally they have been trying, the Twitch Writers Network has been trying to get a writing related category now for 8 years, I think.
Wow.
And they finally gave it to us last year.
Yeah. Well, and it's been great. I was so excited at first. So that's why I think that because I was just rating someone new every time. And I think I rated you, and like everybody I rated was lovely and kind. You and I just like hit it off right away, and then we found out we also played a lot of the same games. And sorry, my cat is like literally purring into the microphone right now, so you're getting like an extra cat. It's 3 cats writing right now. I think so we came over there. You immediately, when we started talking, you immediately offered me resources, like free resources and advice for marketing. Like you were like, I'm going to send you this and this and this, because that's how great you are. And then we just like kind of hit it off, and then I'm pretty sure, and like it was interesting to talk about the differences and the similarities in what we were doing, like along our separate paths, like what things were basically the same parts of our process, and then what felt just like completely different. I think we both found that like just kind of fascinating, and there's it's kind of weird to me that there is really like a huge divide, I think, between indie writers and traditionally published writers. Like your whole writing network on Twitch is like, I haven't found any other traditionally published writers on Twitch. They might be there, but I haven't found any of them doing writing on Twitch. Everyone's been an indie writer. It's like they're 2 separate worlds somehow, and I think that there's a lot of misunderstanding or like I don't want to say bad feeling on both sides, but sometimes, or at least negative views of one or the other path. And but you and I are kind of like, I don't know, like I have so much respect for you, and I think it goes both ways.
Absolutely. It absolutely does, because it takes a lot to go through the query process. It takes a lot to deal with the gatekeepers. It takes a lot to go through that process, even to just get recognized. Forget signed.
Yeah.
That's just getting started. And I only barely touched on that process early on before I decided to go indie, and it was already daunting to me then.
Whereas I find what you're doing so much more daunting, like the idea of having to be in charge of getting your own cover, like I just saw, this is like on the down low kind of, but I just saw like the maybe finished concept for a maybe cover thingamabob But I didn't have to organize that. I didn't, like there are designers involved, like there are other people doing that. There's other people kind of taking care of all of that stuff. And so to me, the idea of having to organize all that myself and like just logistically, let alone like I feel like I wouldn't even know where to start. Though, for those of you out there feeling the same way, but feeling like that might be the path for you, Katrina is such a great resource because she'll tell you exactly where to start and what you need to focus on, like very clearly. And maybe if I had met you specifically before I chose my path, maybe I would have chosen a different path. I don't know. I'm really happy right now, like I said, but
I
um
think this is working great for you, and I would hate to see you just change mid path. Well, I'm
yeah, I
going
don't think I
to
would.
share a quick tidbit for everybody. Something that Publishers Weekly has been tracking since the start of what I consider to be and what many have called the indie revolution in publishing. They've been tracking sales numbers for both independents and traditionally published authors, and the people who are paying their bills the best and who are making great positions as brands and as individuals and making a name for themselves are neither indie nor traditional. They're hybrid. They're doing both. Those are the people,
which is a whole other thing.
absolutely. Those are the people who are making money consistently because they have books that other people are marketing for them when they have to run off to the basketball game. They have books that other people are working with them on when they have to go and take care of a family member. Whereas those of us who are indie, our biggest obstacle is time. We can do all of this without any problems with the right guidance, training, and support, which are now available, which not available when I started this journey. But they are now because there's so many like me that are just like, I'm tired of this not being out there and so many people stopping because this isn't there. So they've made things available. And obviously, those in traditional publishing were not excited about those of us who are in indie to start with. But they have come to see that we can be professional, we can meet quality standards, we do understand the concepts that need to be applied and why they need to be applied. And we are producing professional quality products today. Not so much when we were starting because we didn't know what we were doing. And that left a bad taste in a lot of people's mouths because they weren't seeing it from the perspective of this is a brand new industry. This is a brand new opportunity. And so we've come a long, long way as independents, but it's the hybrids that are still blowing us out of the water. It's the people who are doing both that are making the most money because like you, they publish traditionally and then they take their nice, pretty finished manuscript after however long their little finished publishing journey is, recover it and publish it on their own.
Yeah, the rights do revert back to you eventually too. That's definitely a thing. There's so much I didn't know about publishing. Like so much of publishing is such a mystery and I think wouldn't make sense to anyone outside the industry. And obviously I'm talking about traditional publishing right here. Like it's all so mysterious. And you were saying like indie authors, like it's a matter of time, but you can do all those things. I'll tell you, like we have time.
Mhm.
There's so much time, but it certainly is a challenge. I think it's very hard to get an agent, I think, and then once you have an agent you think like, oh, I've won, I made it, but then you don't realize how daunting it's going to be on sub and like have your agent submitting manuscripts to publishers and how long that can drag on and how disheartening that can feel when it's not going the way that you want it to or the way your agent wants it to. So there's definitely, I don't know, pros and cons to both things. It's just, I think that the thing that you and I have wanted to do is be able to listen to and talk about the pros and cons together and talk about them at the same time, because I think most of the time when you're getting a list of, when you're having someone talk about the pros and cons of either indie publishing or traditional publishing, they're coming from a viewpoint of valuing one over the other. And so our goal is to not do that. Our
Exactly.
goal here is to talk about these as sort of distinct but parallel industries that have the same end goal of selling books, like getting good books out there. And so yeah, we started talking about that. I think the way that this happened was we made a joke about starting a podcast, and then once again, in true ADHD fashion, we spontaneously said, yeah, okay, we're gonna do it. Like, it just became
Yeah.
a plan that one day.
It's kind of funny because I had been talking about starting a podcast with someone for a while, and everyone that I kept thinking about as to good candidates to work with were all people from a different perspective in this. One of the people I consider talking to actually focuses on nonfiction versus fiction, and I write predominantly fiction.
Ooh.
And
Mhm.
he has actually sold his KDP business, and he focused mostly on KDP, which I do not. Also, I'm a wide author, so there's a lot of things that I do different than a lot of other people. We'll call that ADHD, or we'll call this I refuse to put all my eggs in one basket, or we could say I'm stubborning everybody. Whatever you want to call it, it all works. But
So we joked about it. We decided to do it. We're like, yep, we're doing a podcast.
when it came in a joke,
I feel like we decided it one day. Like,
Yes.
we just like we
I
were just
love
we were just like in a VC together
Mhm.
while one of us was streaming, or both of us were streaming, maybe even.
Yeah, I think we were
And
both streaming.
we were both streaming.
We said,
And we just decided to do it.
yeah, you may have joked it, and I immediately said, oh, why didn't I think of that? Like, that's what went off in my head. And I jumped on that, and then I think Decaf or whoever else was in the VC with us said something. That sounds
Yeah.
like a good idea. And then both our chats had at least one person or a couple of people showed up with, that would be fun. And it was just,
Yeah.
it's been
And then there we
12
were. And here we are.
So, like, we
Um
determined we were good to do it, and we got market confirmation that this was a good idea from those right there saying it was a good idea all at once.
I'm so excited. Like, every time you say like that you've published 65 books, I kind of die a little bit inside, because that's so huge to me. Like, that's so I'm not a super fast writer. I'm not super prolific. And like I said, I only started writing, like, I wrote my first novel just a few years ago, and which I'm actually hoping to revive that first novel, by the way, someday. We'll see what happens. I have plans for it. But right now I'm obviously pretty focused on the book I have under contract, and it was a 2-book deal, so I have another book that I don't know that I can talk about yet exactly. That's another thing that we'll be talking about on the podcast, is about how I can't talk about things a lot of the time, because of the fact that I'm under contracts, and like, there are professional concerns involved with, like, I need to be very careful about not revealing anything too early, about not talking about anything that isn't explicitly contracted and explicitly public yet. Whereas Katrina, you are the publisher, so you can talk about whatever you want, whenever you want.
And you will hear me say many, 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 many times to all authors, you should be talking about the creation you're doing before you publish it, before you query it, before you anything, because you got to build a community. you got to build your connections. So you'll hear me say that a lot. Now, once you query it, once you got that under contract, you got to follow your contract. So there's that.
Yeah. Yes, you do.
And follow it hard, because the last thing you're going to do is mess that up. But
Right. Don't tank your careers, friends. Meet your deadlines and follow the rules. It's funny because I wasn't always such a rule follower. I hadn't really necessarily intended to talk about this, but like I did try to do in music what you're doing in publishing now, like way back. So before there was an indie writing revolution, there was an indie music revolution. And I don't just mean like indie the genre, but way back there was at the birth of mp3.com there was a whole movement and musicians who had started like going out on their own rather than just being having their music published by their recordings published by labels and produced by labels. Ani DeFranco is one of the people I always think of as being on the forefront of that, because her Righteous Babe Records was her own record label, and that was just not something that people did back then who were serious about having a career, you know. And but with digital music sharing becoming a thing and it becoming much more easy to distribute things digitally and find an audience, there was kind of this whole revolution around that, and mp3.com was like a big part of that. And I was doing this singer-songwriter thing at the time. I had been I was on the road with Play. This is still when I was acting professionally. I had like started playing the guitar and was writing songs, and I wrote a lot of songs while I was on the road, and I wrote a bunch when I got back, and recorded my own album. But I was sharing that music online. And I think in retrospect, I think that this might have played a part in my decision to not do this with writing, because, I recorded that album, right? I hired the engineers and like had a producer and made the album and distributed it through CD Baby, which at the time was like the platform really for selling self-produced music. And you could sell CDs through them, and they shifted to, now I think they mostly do digital. No, they probably still have hardcover CDs, who knows. But in any case,
for them.
You guys have never heard of me. Like that album, like it's there and it's out and it's available on like all your streaming services, whatever.
And you guys
For
should
now,
go look
but like
for it.
and it's been there. But you guys have never heard of me because that didn't go that well. Like I didn't publicize my work well. I didn't know I couldn't be Ani DeFranco. Like I didn't know how to make a career that way. And so when it came around to writing, I'm like, well, I'm not going to do that again. Because I obviously didn't have it in me. To be everything, to be the producer, to be the distributor, to be the person like getting the music out there and selling it. And I guess I kind of learned that about myself at the time, and so I'm sure that fed into my decision to do this now. But it's funny because like no one thinks now of like artists taking control of their own work as being a negative thing. Like Taylor
Right.
Swift, got the rights back to her music, and
Never-
obviously that's an extreme example of someone extremely rich and successful doing that. But like nobody thinks like, oh, that's a mistake.
Right, exactly. And it's her position as an extremely wealthy, well-known artist that makes it less weird, less frowned
Yeah.
upon. I have many times dealt with, even today, there's a couple of authors that if I'm in an online forum and someone's talking about authors or getting published and they try to talk about why they should go one or the other, and I consider providing my experience, I have gotten to the point where I have to look for some of those authors that are going to spew toxic venom
into the conversation, and then I just don't respond. At least not publicly.
Yeah.
I'll sometimes respond to send someone a private message like, look, I've been doing this for more than a decade now. There are resources out there to do the thing if this is the way you want to go, but just don't rush it. And don't assume that just because you finish the manuscript, it's ready for querying or it's ready for publishing, because it's not. Just
Yeah.
because you finished it, there's more steps. And those will come later in the podcast. We'll tell you more about what makes it professional, what makes it ready for publication. We're also going to tell you what is enough.
Yeah, exactly. Well, and I feel like obviously one of the advantages of traditional publishing is someone else decides that for you when is enough. You know, someone else says, "Yes, this is finished and it's going to go out now." And you don't have to make that judgment call yourself, which I think has to be like difficult and I don't know, kind of daunting, like terrifying. Like, I've decided this is enough and I'm putting it out there. What if people don't agree? Like, has to be a little scary.
I am 65 books in, and every time I go to hit publish, I will tell you it is absolutely terrifying. But
Yeah.
I know
Well,
I have the experience now. I know I have the knowledge now. And if anybody tries to tell you their first 5 books, they are suddenly professionals, just smile and nod. Smile and nod. And remember that they are still learning too, and that they
Yeah.
they will accept their position in another 4 or 5 books. They will accept reality. Because you need
Well,
probably, I would imagine 10. 10 because you got to get through this process a handful of times to know what you're doing. You got to know what you're looking at. And I think that applies to both sides, but we'll explore that more deeper. Or more
yeah, for
deeply.
sure.
Because you're learning
I think
these things.
yeah. Well, and I certainly hope that we all consistently become better writers over time and better editors of our own work over time too. Like, you know, I work with my agent editorially. Like, he's a very editorial agent, and certainly the editorial process on the book that's coming out now, like between us, was like it went on for a while, and then while we had that book on sub, I wrote another book, and when we got into the revision process for that, like it really just took like one edit letter from him, and then he was like, "Oh, after that, like, oh, you nailed this." And and hopefully you guys will see that book sometime in the future too, but it'll be way in the future because I'm in traditional publishing. So, you know, someday.
Maybe we'll both find a way through this podcast to go hybrid.
Maybe. So anyway, I think to wrap things up here for this, so this has been kind of an introductory episode, like sort of introducing us to whoever's listening out there and telling you who we are and what are some of the things that they can expect to hear from us in future episodes.
And we've talked about some of that and saying things like, you know, you're going to hear about if an agent reaches out to you instead of you to them, what you're actually probably looking at. Reaching out directly to a publisher, we're going to talk about what's involved in that, and setting standards and understanding what those standards are, and that it's not just traditional versus indie. And that's kind of our biggest mission, is this isn't traditional versus indie. They're both valid paths forward, and we're looking forward to sharing with you what those paths look like, and how it doesn't matter who you are. If you are determined to get published and to be published, regardless of the path you choose, it can happen.
It can happen, even when you stop believing that it can happen. All of a sudden one day, maybe you get that email and everything changes. So yeah, I'm excited to talk about that too. And especially I'm going through my publishing journey, being under contract for the first time and having a book published for the first time. So we'll be able to talk about the stages of that along the way and kind of compare that to parts of Katrina's journey, that like how that lines up with like her publishing a book, me getting a book published. What are the ways that those line up and are the same? What are the ways they're different? So that you guys, no matter what way you choose or both, you have an idea of what to expect, how long it'll take, who will be involved, what your roles will be in that process, and what's expected of you by either your publisher or your audience. And I think there's a lot of stuff we can talk about there too.
Absolutely. So we are looking forward to talking with all of you in the next one.
That's right. Thank you so much, Katrina, for talking to me. This has been so much fun.
This is one of the things I'm looking forward to. I love talking to you anyway. I think we're both going to have a good time with that part.
I think so too. All right. Thanks a lot, everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Dun, 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 dun. A sincerely wonderful good morning for everyone. My name is Decaf Nvidia, and I am the producer for this podcast, Two Cats Writing. Now, my job is to take what the Lady Writes and GC Nation talk about during their recording, and then produce that into the podcast proper. So it comes down to mixing the volume, as well as adding a backing track, most of which is provided by Humble Bundles or by Kevin MacLeod. And then adding in some visuals here and there, just kind of like keep the video format exciting, entertaining, as well as audio appealing to everyone who's listening. Most of the shots you see that I add as visuals come from Pexels.com or screen grabs of certain logos and things like that, and are kind of like my way of commentating on the things that MJ and the Lady Writes are saying. Working on this has been a blast so far, and I look forward to sharing with you guys more of the episodes. I am currently working on several right now in the pipeline. So you don't miss any of them, please be sure to subscribe to the channel and like the videos when they come out. We have a series of shorts as well as highlights of the podcast episodes that you can go ahead and check out that I work on. And there are a bunch of other shorts that we work on in between, those episodes, so you guys can keep up with us and see what we are all about. Dun, 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 dun.
So the book by mail is mine. That is a project I'm using to help fund everything. And it is literally going to be, when people get signed up and subscribed, they'll get 2 chapters a month or 2 portions of the story mailed to them in the mailbox every month. But it comes with like a little subscription box. So you get little stickers, you get little trinkets. When we get the 3D printer running, you'll get little pieces of just unexpected stuff, like a little subscription box, but it'll be related to the story that we're sharing. And it'll be delivered by mail right now to my friends in the United States and in Canada. It goes out every 2 weeks once we have everything finalized, which should be before this month is out, because I've already got the first 3 chapters are done. At the end of a year, you'll get a copy of an ebook of everything that has already been delivered by mail, without all the goodies and stuff, because you've gotten the goodies already. And then when we get it into print, the first people who get option for print will be the people who are subscribed. It's just another way of being able to do something that's different and nice and unique. So when people are signed up for it, they're getting a goodie box basically in the mail, a letter from me every 2 weeks, a portion of the story, and perhaps it'll be a piece of art, or it'll be a printed piece of something. It'll be fun. It's stickers, custom for the project, that kind of thing. No, you don't need to put yourself on the microphone, sir. But
Oh, hey,
it's
my cat is coming up on the desk too. So Ember is about to join as well. We have 4 cats writing today. 4 cats.
works. Moral support
Yes.
and creation incarnate chaos. That sounds right.
Welcome back to Two Cats Writing. I'm MJ.
Oh, Katrina, great to have you back.
We are up so early in the morning to record this for you today. And I don't know why we decided that talking about craft at amazing o'clock in the morning was the best idea, but we did, and so here we are. And
We can both assure you it's going to be an entertaining, informative, entertaining podcast.
Probably entertaining at the very least, but hopefully also informative.
Yes.
Since we want to talk about both business and craft over the course of this series, we decided to do a craft episode. And I'm interested to see, like, because I feel like out of all the things that we're doing, craft should be the place where we have, like, the least amount of discrepancy between, like how does a indie writer do this and how does a traditionally published author do this. But I wonder if we're going to end up being surprised about how our paths influenced even just the way that we put together a story now. But I'm so curious. So Katrina, how do you start a story? What's your drafting process roughly?
This aspect of writing for everybody who is writing is so unique to the writer and to the individual that I think you and I are going to have some overlap. I think you'll be
Yeah.
surprised. I start with the end. I know where the story is going, and then after that I follow the characters. And I think that many people have called this pantsing. Some people call it discovery writing.
The fancy term.
Yeah. What was the other way I've heard it? I forget. This is where the crazy o'clock in the morning comes in. But I don't really have a blueprint. I find if I create an outline, I don't usually write the story. I have to hire a ghostwriter, or I sell the outline to somebody who wants the outline. But I can't really write the story that way. So that's my essential process. I start with the end. I know the destination. It's like going on a road trip. You know where you're going, but if you've never been there before, you don't know the roads to get there. That's kind of hard. How about you?
Well, a lot of your process is so relatable to me. I don't start at the end. I also consider myself a pantster, at least at heart. I usually start at the beginning. Like I start with like a seed of an idea. It's usually not a fully formed idea of what kind of story I want it to be, which I feel like is sort of what you're starting with when you're starting with the end. you're like, you know what your destination is. I'm not even sure what kind of journey it is, let alone the destination. Usually when I start, like ideally I start with like some little seed of an idea. Often it's been like some weird little thing from my childhood, some kind of odd thing that's like, you know, carved out a corner of my brain, and that ends up helping me figure out like who some characters might be. And so I'm usually a very character driven writer, I think. Like I start with characters and like this some little seed of an idea, and then I just kind of start writing it. I will say, I guess maybe it's funny that I'm the one who said, like, I would think that our paths wouldn't determine much of this, but in a way mine kind of has, because you know, I've been a pantster. The first couple books I wrote, I completely wrote this way that I'm saying, and I found that when I got into revisions of the book that got me an agent, when we got into revisions, there was so much stuff to do structurally that I thought, you know what if I try to be a planner? What if I try to do the outline thing? And I discovered, much like you, that when I do the outline, it's hard for me to write the story. But since then, I've had some situations where it's been necessary for me to write an outline, and I don't think that I could write a story from an outline, I'm going to be totally honest, without Adderall. Like, that was the thing that helped me, because I feel like my inability to write, the idea, like, my problem was when I started writing an outline, if I outlined the whole story, then as far as my brain was concerned, I already wrote it. It's done. Like my ADHD was like, well, that's done now. It's not interesting anymore. We already did that. And I think you can relate to this struggle. So getting my ADHD treated is what allowed me to be able to write from an outline, and I don't love it. It's not my favorite thing to do, but like it's been necessary for some things. So it that is a struggle. And the other thing, I suppose, that's been different about the way that I've started writing stories or started drafting, since I got an agent and started doing traditional publishing, is I start to think now, like I always used to just start with a seed and like just go to wherever. And now the way I kind of decide what I want to write is taking that seed before writing the story, taking that seed and figuring out the characters to the extent that I can write something that's basically a pitch to show my agent, like, here's the idea for the story, here's the pitch, here's what something that would be really similar to the pitch that you would send to try to get an agent, or a pitch that you would send with a book when it goes on sub. So lately I've started a bunch of projects, like basically from a pitch, and that works for me, like starting a project from a pitch, because then, you have like kind of a basic idea, you have kind of a hook for it. And then you're starting from there, but everything else is like coming out in the sort of organic pantster way. Like even when I'm writing from an outline, I find most of my best ideas come as I'm writing, and I'll end up changing things a lot based on like ideas I get as I'm going, and I like kind of discover why I'm writing it as I'm writing it. Like, oh wait, this is what the story's really about. And then a little while later, I'll be like, no, wait, this is what the story's really about. And I tend to have those moments all through the whole draft.
Yeah, I struggle with things like people, what's the theme of your book? I don't know. I haven't finished it.
Right.
That's like, or why did you write this? I wrote it because the story was haunting me. And if I didn't get it written down, it was going to haunt me for the rest of my life. Why else do you write a story?
I think like, right. sometimes when I'm discovering the story and discovering like what the point of the story is for me, a lot of the times it does come down to there's a big why, there's a big thing that I want to say. But I don't know. I'm not always clear on what the thing is until I get a ways into it. There's a lot of, I would say, part of the way that I write and part of the way that I work is I'll have things that I do want to say, that I do want to convey through the story, and I'll usually put those into the supernatural elements rather than like sort of explicitly in the story. Like the book that's getting published in March, the story is, like fairly straightforward. Like the plot is fairly straightforward, and though like the main character is non-binary and the love interest is trans, and like there's a lot of and like that's just who they are in the story, and that's just like kind of accepted through the story. It's not a coming out story. It's not about their gender identity or their gender journeys or anything like that. But in the supernatural elements of the story, it's definitely about figuring out like how to live in a life, how to be a person in a world that's telling you that you don't exist, or a world that's telling you that you're a monster and you shouldn't exist. And that, at least, right now especially, is a very trans story. And so it's like I'm talking about those things, but those things are metaphors in the story as opposed to being the main things, even though like absolutely the characters are trans. But so the I kind of build those things. That's where I like find the places where like this is why I'm telling the story, this is how I'm telling it. And then the kids who, since I write for teenagers, the kids who just need to read stories about themselves where they're accepted and just part of the like saving the world like anybody else, like any other teenager in a YA contemporary fantasy novel,
Absolutely.
and just seeing themselves exist and be accepted in the world without it being questioned can have that. And then the kids who need to think about it more deeply and think about the struggles that they're going through, and that's there too, just a little deeper in.
I found something similar when I wrote my first series. I thought I was just right. Like I said, I write it because the characters were haunting me. They really do. They stick in your head and they don't go away, and they start to tell a story. And
Yeah.
then you just kind of follow the scenes one image at a time. I think very visually. Even when we talk and you say something, my brain comes up with an image for it as people are talking to me. I've only met a handful of other people who think as visually as I do sometimes. And so all of my stories are just these little snippets of what I've seen, and I'm just following one character to the next sequence and to the next sequence and that sort of thing. And I don't sit back and think of the whole thread. And when I was done with the first story, I went back and said, oh, this isn't about these two characters, although these three characters really, although these three characters are the core pivotal people in the story that I thought I was following and I thought was the story. Turns out, the story was more about the fact that they were a group of people that had been different and had dealt with the differences, and they were determined they were going to create a society that was going to make everything not that. And by the end of 4 books they do, and by the beginning of the 5th book, I have set up for the legacy of their chaos.
So how much do you plan your characters ahead of time? Like how do you, like, because you said you start at the end. and then you start writing and you let the characters take you. So how do your characters come to be? Do you know who most of them are going to be before you start? Do you like have one or two and then others just show up? Like how do you do that?
I start writing. Whoever shows up on the page is my character.
So you don't plan them at all?
I my first series I didn't I kind of played with them with similar characters in a different setting. I role played. A lot of writers I know have done that.
Uh-huh.
I role played versions of the three main characters in the book at different times. Theoretically, one of them is not mine, and I fully expect a different a story to come out with at least two of the three main characters that'll have the same names and very different, but they're not the other person isn't done with that story yet. We're working on it. Mostly I'm sitting in the background going, where's the next piece? Anyway.
So here's actually a place where maybe I'm less panster than you in terms of characters, just like specifically, because I usually before I start writing, will have planned a few of the characters at least. Like I'll have a few key characters in mind, and I'll have them fleshed out, like mostly on a surface level. Like I'll have a name, I'll have like some sense of their identity, their relationship to the main character. A lot of the rest, like their voice and personality and stuff like that, that happens as I write. But I'll kind of I usually have this little list of like the characters like that I consider the key characters that are going to start off the book, with a name and who they are to the main character. You can see this like any page of notes that you ever go to from like where MJ started this book or this book will have like this little list right at the beginning of it. And I hate naming. Like I hate coming up with names, and sometimes they'll only have a first name, and I'll have a placeholder for a surname if I need it, or like I get to a certain part of the story and I'm like, oh crap, they have to have a last name. What am I gonna do? And I try to think of one, but I usually at least start with some. I start with a few. Like these are the people who are going to inhabit this story, whatever it's gonna be. So maybe I'm more of a, like, I think of myself as a planster, maybe, or a panster. Maybe I'm more of a planster, as they say, because I do make like a few plans like that and have some kind of idea of who's going to occupy my story before I start writing it down.
It's kind of funny. I'm as we're talking, I'm realizing that my second longer series, I knew the name of the main character because I was literally borrowing it as a tribute to one of my sisters. And I realized that none of my serials or shorts did I know the name of the character before I started, but all of my longer series I did. At least one character.
Interesting.
None of my serials, like I didn't know what they were or who they were. I knew roughly where I wanted them to be, like the setting, and I guess that's the extent of what I knew. I knew the world building elements, I guess, ish, kind of.
So,
yeah.
No, continue. I had a follow-up question, but I don't think you were done.
I was just, I don't know what the difference is with my serials versus my shorts versus my longer stuff. I don't know why. Like,
I feel like that's something that could be interesting for you to explore for yourself.
Yeah, I think it would be. I'll be glad to talk about it when I figure it out.
Yeah.
Because like when I sat down and wrote Protectors, which is the next long series, which is currently, if anybody goes looking for it, you probably won't find it. I had pulled it down to do some updates and rewrites because it was intended to be an ongoing serial, and then I have this artist who's going to help me turn it into a light novel.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, but I'm thinking I'm probably going to re-release this in one version and then get all 5 of the edited uh, installments back out, and then go back over and do the light novel, and then if we so choose to extend that further into an actual graphic novel, that will go much further, much further. That will go from like
So
5 to like 20.
I know I said I had a follow-up question, but now I have a totally different follow-up question. I mean, one of the things that I thought we should talk about, but like I feel like now is the time, all of a sudden, based on you saying, like talking about having taken a thing, like removed it so that you could do some work on it. I was wondering if you've had any shifts in how you think about writing, how you go about writing, how you go about thinking about like the structure of your thing as you write it, since like as you've gone, like has your process or the way that you approach your books from a craft standpoint, has that changed over the years as you became more professional and like learned more about what you like, the author that you want to be, and like the stories that you want to put out?
In a sense, and I think it's a kind of a development for all of us. The first, I think, part of our writing journey, I think for every writer, is to find your voice.
Mm.
And then once you've got your voice, is how do you want your voice to look when it's on the paper? And when you've worked with your editor or you've worked with a number of editors, you learn structure better, you learn how it's put together better, you learn when you're missing points, you learn when your points, when you go back over what needs to be filled in or not filled in. And so in that sense, yeah, I've learned how to further improve the way my revisions look, and they look a lot closer to polished by the time I release them. Yeah, never
Yeah.
released until you've given it to a third set of eyes that knows what they're looking at. Anybody who tells you otherwise is adorable
Yeah.
and doesn't know.
Yeah, I agree.
Uh, but yeah,
Yeah.
no, before it goes to the editor, like in theory, I want my editor to do 1 to 2 passes and call it a day, as
Mm.
opposed to when I first started, I had 3 different editors in the first book. I had it was a mess is what it broke down to. It was a mess. So
Yeah.
the creative process in and of itself, yes, it's changed. Yes, it's gotten better because my writing is tighter. It's less meandering. It's more, I know what this scene has to accomplish when I'm sitting down and starting to write. Although, oddly enough, I don't actively think about that when I'm writing. I just
Mhm.
write, and it tends to get to the next spot. So yeah, it does change with time, but it changes for everybody when you get used to practicing and get used to doing what you're doing. Even without
Well,
all the other stuff, you just do. You get anybody who says that writing is just this innate talent does not understand the work we put
oh
in.
my goodness, no. I mean, yes, there like talent. I don't know. I have a whole big thing about talent, but like talent is a thing. Talent is
Yeah,
real. It's a thing that exists.
absolutely.
But I would say somewhere between 80 and 90% of what we attribute to talent, in in any creative field, especially, is actually just learned skill.
Mhm.
Like like talent is real and it's there, but I think you can get further on just skill with less talent than you can with like a crap ton of talent and no skill at all.
Mhm.
So yeah. Well, and I think both of us are people without any formal education as authors, like as writers, um, that we're self-taught as writers. Am I correct in thinking that that describes
Yes.
you as well as me? Yeah. I have no formal education in it at all. I learned it all on the job. And so similar to you, like certainly it was working with, for me, the way that I thought about writing changed a lot. Because I had a wonderful critique partner, and I had, great beta readers for my books before, for the things that I wrote, and even before I was writing books, when I was writing fan fiction and things like that, I had great beta readers. Um, and got really useful feedback from beta readers and my critique partner, who um, is amazing and is an amazing writer as well. But working with, I think the thing that really changed the way that I approach thinking about my writing was going through revisions with my agent for the first time, where the types of things that we had to look at, I find myself thinking a lot more about structure in general, about the pacing of a book, especially if I'm doing something where I have to work from an outline, which again, isn't necessarily my favorite thing to do, but I feel is a thing I'm going to have to learn how to do going forward. I've had to outline the second book that on the deal I got, and if I ever want to continue writing things that aren't just a standalone, I'm going to have to do that. If I ever want to sell a book on proposal, they're going to want an outline before they offer up money for it. That's understandable. I think that they need to know what they're getting before they buy it. That's very fair. So it's a thing that I have to learn how to do more. And definitely I've found myself, when I'm looking at those things, I'm thinking about stuff like where does everything happen? What do I have to deal with pacing here? Is this part going to be too slow? Is this part going to rush too much to the end? And it's partly for my own good, because it saves me time in developmental edits if I think about that stuff in advance more. If when I'm going into my own revisions, that's really a focus for me. Maybe it's not as much of a focus when I'm actually doing the writing, but when I'm doing my own revisions before I would send it to my agent or to my editor, if I'm thinking about those things, it saves me from having to wait for them to tell me about those things. And then the other thing that's changed for me a little bit, I guess, is this is something that came up in working through the concepts for the second book that I'm on contract for now, is thinking about tone, thinking about, because I'm not a marketing person, but it makes sense to me, the concept that if you want books in a series to have the same tone, so that the reader knows what they're getting when they go in for a second one, and so they all match in it feels like a coherent, cohesive universe. And so thinking about marketing is something that I never did before I sold a book. And because changes were made really early on, like the title of the book and things, that when I really looked at it, I was like, oh, this is so smart. This title matches the tone of the book so much better than the one that I had. And I can see now how big of an influence that might be in how well the book does, how well it finds the readers who actually want it, because the title will help it will help convey what the book's going to be, so people who get it are more likely to be getting what they were looking for. That's like a thought process that I never even came close to before, until I was working with a publisher where those things are obviously a priority for them. Is like, how are we gonna position this book? How are we gonna sell it? And so I'm kind of thinking about those things for the first time in my whole life. And like, I'm like learning it all on the job, because I don't have a degree. I didn't go to school for this at all. I mean, I do have a degree, but not for this.
Right. Yeah, I would argue in a lot of ways I do consider myself a marketer.
Well, obviously, you have to be.
You would think, but I know a lot of indies that hate marketing. They hate the concept of marketing. It's part of why when I talk to people, one of the first things I tell them is that they need a newsletter. Because sending an email to a friend is a whole lot easier than sending a whole lot of marketing material and scheduling social media posts and making video that you have to edit and adjusting this and changing that. It's a process, but it's absolutely, I find when I'm writing, I don't think enough about marketing while I'm writing.
I was just going to ask if you thought about it while you were writing.
I think about it afterwards, and I think that applies for me to just about everything I write. For me, none of us, regardless of how we're going to choose to publish, are going to stick with this when it stops being fun. That's just the truth. When the writing turns into a job instead of that thing you get up and look forward to doing, why would you get up and do it? And yes, most of us understand the concepts of I still have to pay my bills and everything. And so what we'll do is go out and get a job or go out and do the things differently than what we've been doing it. And it just won't fuel the creativity the same way.
It's so funny because I maybe have a slightly different feeling about that. Not that like, obviously the reason why, obviously we do this because we love doing it. But since like most of my myriad of professions over the years have been creative in one way or another, have been in the arts, like they've mostly been in the arts. If there's one thing I've learned, it's that no matter how much you love a thing, there are going to be days you get up in the morning and you don't want to do it, but you just do anyway because it's your job, and it is your job. And what you like, so for me, from my perspective, what you want is you want to keep a balance where more of the days feel like the thing you're dying to do and that you're passionate about, than feel like the day when you're like, I don't really feel like doing this today, but I have to. Because I feel like that's just like a part of life, is sometimes having to do things when you don't feel like doing them.
Oh, for sure.
So I think for me, it's like, I hope I won't just, and maybe this is like the ADHD talking, or like the awareness of my ADHD talking, but I don't want to quit when I am having like a period of time where it doesn't feel as fun as it used to, because I feel like most of the time, like, you can work through that period and it gets back to being fun again. And then there's certainly parts of it that are more fun than others. Like there's absolutely parts of writing that I enjoy more than other things, but like, you have to do them all to have a book. And
have you
yeah.
ever experienced creative burnout?
I don't know if I've had full on creative burnout. I've definitely experienced burnout, but for me, most of the times when when that has happened, it's been burnout on other things, on other aspects of whatever the creative thing is. Like, when I was, so this isn't about writing specifically, except there was always a lot of writing involved. Like, for instance, when I was running a teen opera workshop, and the creative parts of it were what I loved. I loved putting together, I loved like rewriting an opera with my students. I loved working on it with them. I loved rehearsing it with them, staging it, like going through the really difficult but so rewarding, so incredibly rewarding process of getting that deep into a piece of art and like living it on that level. And I would, however, because I was running it mostly by myself, like there were people I hired, like musicians and other artists that I hired to like help me work with the kids and like help me put the show together. But in terms of actually running the program, I was doing it all by myself. I got so burned out on trying to get funding, like the constant battle for funding, the constant battle for getting a rehearsal space, getting a performance space every year, and like everything being down to the wire, getting certain technical roles filled that like we would have people and then they would drop out. And like there were aspects of the process that I got super burned out on, and it would make the parts that I loved feel harder. And so like I would get burned out, but it wasn't the creative part that I was burned out on. And I think that with writing, I haven't gotten to that point because I haven't been doing it professionally as long, so I haven't had that like kind of pressure on me as long with it. But I feel like when I start to feel incredibly stressed and feel burned out, it's because I'm stressed out because I don't have enough time to get everything done. I'm stressed out. Like if I just had all the time that in the world and could work on things like in the way that they felt the most organic and like work on things like in those like amazing spurts of joy and productivity that come along instead of needing to push myself because there are deadlines or because there's, you know, this or that and like money needs to happen and this needs to happen. And I would never get burned out on it. I think I get burned out from the other stuff. And that's half of the reason why I decided to take the path that I did, because I don't want to be in charge of the marketing. I don't want to be in charge of selling the book. I don't want to be in charge of that. That stuff stresses me out so much.
I can see that. I can understand why. Especially when you're going through the learning process and learning what's involved. It's not like you wake up and you just know. And so it's a growing process for sure with all of that.
That said, if I didn't have deadlines, I wouldn't get things done. Which is maybe another reason why I took this path. It's like, I'm like, oh, if only I didn't have to worry about time, I could just enjoy writing all the time. Okay, yeah. But if I don't have deadlines, I don't get things done. So it's like it's that ADHD thing where like you require structure, but also you hate structure. That like battling itself like just constantly in my personality.
Yeah. Yeah, I get that. I can relate. I know the reason why I brought up burnout is because it's something that I find a lot of people don't know how to manage. And when you go through creative burnout, at least in my experience, it's much worse than any regular burnout. And I say that only because as a creative, being creative is my lifeline. That's my sanity. That's my, I don't know what I'm going through today, but if it's going to be stressful, let me sit and write.
Right.
and that might become a throwaway piece that I just put out or not put out. It might become something completely random that I just never use, but it purges whatever chaos is in my mind. And when you can't even do that, it's like somebody
Hmm.
took away your oxygen. It's a challenge.
Yeah.
But
So
I
what do you do? How do you manage it?
well, I didn't manage it the first time. I crashed, burnt. It was ugly. Oh, it got really ugly. Um, uh, when it happened the first time, honestly, we ended up homeless, which was
Oh,
not a place a single mama wants to be.
no, it is not.
Uh,
No, it is not.
but it was a hard lesson. And
Yeah.
since then, the way I manage it is first of all, I pay attention that it's coming. Like I pay attention to the burnt, the feeling of overwhelm that you go through before you are really burnt out.
Mm-hmm.
And then I also shifted mindset. And I only mention this because I think this affects our writing in a lot of ways. When you are in a state of, I'm not enjoying this, I'm not loving this, it's reflected in what you write. And so
Mm.
when I was writing during those times, I found it a significant challenge to do a lot. What I actually did to try, because writing was how I was making my money, I had to still produce something.
Right,
So
right.
I bought, I had somebody who was selling the rights to essentially license already written books, and I rewrote them into my voice and universe. So it kind of gave me a starting place, and then I reworked that. And this I don't know what genius put that idea into this author's mind, but I thank them every day because they got us out of homelessness because I couldn't even write my own stuff. Like I couldn't. It was still mine when it was done, don't get me wrong, but it was one of the first things I put into a pen name because it wasn't mine from the start. And their willingness to license, and they licensed this in bulk to a few people, and they were all short stories, but that was the way I got through that particular period. But before since then, the coping process has been, so I can, what I'm saying is I can rewrite because I'm not trying to do the creative process from the start when I'm
Right,
like
right.
that. But I have learned that that rewriting can also apply to my own work. So if I've got something that I thought was a great idea, but I couldn't flesh it out at the time for whatever 101 other projects, that's a good time to go back to those and revisit them and refix them. But ideally, you don't hit the creative burnout in the first place. Ideally, you're paying attention, you're making adjustments, you're changing your mindset. That's part of why I treat marketing and all the business stuff mentally very separately, and part of why I have no problem with the marketing, because to me that's the job, that's the work, that's the hard part. Writing, editing, revising, making a pretty book, that's the fun part. I find that if we are not taking care of ourselves in our writing process and keeping the things that we find to be work separate from what we're doing in some way. For you, it was the path you chose. For me, it's the way I treat it. It's the separation that I make for myself. If I am doing a lot of writing, yes, I do a little bit of marketing, but it's not my focus that day. It keeps them
Well,
separate.
and I think something that you said was something you said there, like pinged something in my brain for me, because like I would say, while I haven't experienced something with writing that I would describe as creative burnout, I definitely I've had like days and periods of time where it just really felt so much work to get words down on the page. Now that's always like a lack of focus problem for me. Like I think it comes back to ADHD and just not being able to focus, or maybe sometimes it's because I've gotten to a place in a scene where I'm actually not sure what to do yet, and so my brain is the ADHD is trying to like back me off from it,
Mhm.
be like, you don't need to do this anymore, it's getting difficult, walk away, walk away, walk away. And I'm like, no, I would like to finish it.
Mhm.
But certainly a strategy that I have for dealing with that is getting the words down in the painful way as much as I possibly can, finishing the freaking scene, even if it's terrible.
Mhm.
Like, even if it's wooden and it doesn't feel good to me at all, and it's not something that I want, because drafting is so much harder for me than revisions are. And it was kind of like you were saying that, like, one of the ways that you got through your creative burnout was like where getting yourself into a position where your job was like doing the revisions, not like doing the editing
Mhm.
of it, and not having to do all the drafting, or not. So I do all the drafting in this really painful way, get terrible words down on the page that feel wooden and not like my voice and not good at all.
Mhm.
But as long as they're there, as long as there's stuff on the page, I can go back and
Mhm.
revise it. And there's those moments. I don't know if you have the same experience, but for me, there are these it's like a little switch where I feel, or like a place where something turns, like a little turning point in the process, where I can feel what seems like sort of wooden prose, or something that doesn't feel quite right to me, doesn't feel voicey, that when I like like in revisions with it, and I'm starting to add the stuff that really makes it into something, it's like I feel it like start to sparkle. Like I can feel that, oh, okay, this is good now. This is juicy now. Like
Mhm.
this is what I want now. Like that place where it switches off from being awkward to being really like the exact vibe and feel that you want. And that's such a great feeling. And more often than not, that happens for me in revisions rather than in my first like draft. It happens when I like go through to rewrite it all, or like revise it all. And so yeah, I guess like that's kind of my strategy for coping with when the creative juices aren't flowing, which I've never really thought about as, I don't think with me, I don't think it has been creative burnout. I think it's just been ADHD flavored writer's block, basically. um
I find it funny that you will go through and write a whole scene. For me, when I get stuck like that, the way you're describing,
uh-huh.
I blow stuff up. Usually literally.
Like,
Like
wait, in the book or
w-
IRL?
in the book.
Okay. It was when you said literally, I was like, okay, not really though, right? No,
Not
no,
in
in the book.
life,
Yeah.
but I will literally put some kind of an explosion or some kind of major disaster. There will be a rock slide, there will be a hull breach, there will be weapons fire, there will be an unexpected sneaky assassin, there will be like, the list goes on that you just completely
Uh-huh.
not foreshadowed, although ironically, I find out that I probably have foreshadowed it without realizing it, but that's a whole 'nother thing.
Uh-huh.
Uh,
That's amazing.
I I will literally I get to those scenes and I'm sitting there, I have no idea what to put on the page, I don't know what to do. I know I need to move forward. If and I don't always write in order, so there's that too. So if it's really I don't really have anything at all, but I have something for another scene, I will write what needs to go there kind of in brackets so I know what I'm looking at
I do
when
the
I
same
see that,
thing. Yeah.
and then I go on to the next scene. But if it's really something that has to be written now, I've done all the other things, I don't know what to put here, I blow it up. I will blow up a ship,
I
I
love
will
that strategy.
break something. There's an aftermath for everything. Now, if I create what there's an aftermath and a reaction to okay, Jasmine? Sorry, guys, my cat's being a cat. A grumpy cat this morning. She's very cute.
We're all slightly grumpy cats this morning, probably. Um,
I have too much fun talking to you.
I also do, and I know like we have to like keep this from getting too long because we don't want to we have to cut down on how much we send to our editor to try to make a podcast length thing. What are you saying?
It's a good thing he likes us.
Yeah, it is a good thing to do. But that's so interesting to me. I feel like I wanna take that and I'm gonna be thinking about that now. Blowing things up when I mean, usually I have to be a little careful about blowing things up too often because I am writing for teenagers. And we do I feel like I have to be mindful of trying to not what am I trying to say? I don't want to encourage them to blow things up unless it's in a metaphorical sense.
Oh, in my
But
protective series, the first explosion, if you will, was actually a bug bite.
I see.
That's my young adult series. At least the ones that's going to be morphed into all the other things. That one's a adult series. I've got a lot going on in that world that is not out yet, but we'll talk about that in another podcast. In my Protector series, I do keep that in mind. So it's not an explosion in that I blew up a part of the building. In that case, the character
it is a metaphorical explosion.
Yes, she got a bug bite from a bug she's never encountered before, and had a very bad reaction to it.
Is she into insects?
No.
If she's into insects, I need
No.
If she was into insects, I was like, oh, I gotta read this book. I have a character in a book that I hope you guys will see sometime who is into insects.
Now this Sarita character she is the oldest child. The way one of my readers put it is that she's the child of a she put it family immigrant family that's surviving, not thriving.
Katrina has written so many books that she has to sit there and think again about like who's this character again? That's how many books she's written.
Sarita is a character that is very near and dear to my heart. She is a brilliant character. I absolutely love her. She's gone through so much. Her poor or the poor character has got a terrible author that it just absolutely tortures her. And she comes out more resilient than ever. I love Sarita.
So to kind of like, all right, so if we're thinking about wrapping things up here, is there anything else about the drafting process that you wanted to ask about or talk about? I'm in the middle of drafting 2 things right now, so it's like very much on my mind. Drafting, pain, drafting.
How are you keeping them separate?
I'm working on them at completely separate times. So basically I carve out like I'm working like right now. Well, I'll just be upfront. Right now I'm working on finishing the short story that we're gonna my cat is standing in front of my model, by the way. So if it's frozen, that's why. It is frozen, and that is why. Hello, Embercat. Embercat has joined the podcast. I basically stopped writing the other thing so that I could finish the short story, and then when I'm done with that, I will go back to the first thing. I do need to keep them separate. Like despite the ADHD, I feel like my brain wants to live in one universe at a time. So I just kind of like immerse myself in one and then later immerse myself in the other one. But they're both deadlines are looming in my mind. Like I'm even though I'm concentrating on one, the other one is still like low level simmering in the back. And every once in a while I'll get an idea for it, like for something that I want to like change or do and write it down, like jot it down so I don't forget when I get back to that book.
Mhm.
But yeah, that's kind of the strategy is I work on one at a time. But and it's been like drafting is always kind of painful for me. I guess maybe that's the other reason why when we're talking about like, oh, do we work when we don't feel like it? Drafting is always hard for me. Like writing the story is always like is always kind of a struggle. Or wait, let me say, it's not like all struggle, but there's so much struggle to it. There's like frequent struggle. Oh, Ember is just, I'm really trying to like pet her away from the camera, but she just keeps wanting to go right back to the camera. I'm so sorry, guys. But yeah, there's so much struggle to it that it's kind of always like a stressful experience. So that's why I'm like, oh no, I push through this and then I get to do the really fun part of in the revisions, like really making it feel alive, and that feels so good that it's worth all the struggle that comes before that. It's worth the drafting struggle when I have like those moments. But yeah, that was a long answer to your fairly simple question, but there we go.
I just find that part interesting because some of us, I find, do not work on different worlds very well. If you go on Twitch, there's a writer. His name is Kindar. He goes by the Tiger Writes on Twitch.
Oh yeah,
Uh,
I think I've
he,
met the Tiger Rights. I
yes,
think.
he will write sometimes 3 different projects at once, and he's got them on his schedule when he's writing them. I am still amazed that he does that and does it so well. That I will write, for example, I'm working on the revamp of Protectors. I have 5 or 6 stories in Protectors. I am so sorry if you guys are hearing that train. I have like 5 or 6 stories in Protectors that are in that universe, but not necessarily connected. I have stories that are absolutely targeting the more adult market. I have like the Protectors stories themselves are young adult. It's I've got some that are potentially ancient stories to the same universe. No one said I had to be sane about this, but it's all the same universe.
I can see. I mean, I can see the even. I can see the as an the ADHD appeal of working on several projects at once and just like scheduling them out. And I think where my own brain doesn't work with that as well is like it's hard enough to get focused on one thing, let alone like trying to switch focus on a schedule from one thing to another thing to another thing. So I think like I would find that really difficult, but I can see the appeal of like if you're working on 3 things at once and you're never working on any one thing for too long at a time, you'll surely never get sick of it. You're not going to burn out on that piece, you're not going to. So I can definitely see the appeal.
Yeah.
So I think,
I'm
yeah. Oh,
just
yeah.
always
Sorry.
amazed by that ability to me. If they
Yeah,
weren't in
I'm
the same
amazed
universe
too.
for me, I slow down so hard. Something doesn't get finished.
So to wrap this up, like I would like to ask the viewers, the listeners, you guys tell us in comments about your own drafting processes. I'm always really fascinated by how different people write.
And how do you
And
deal with those stuck spots? How do you deal with
yeah,
parts I blow up and MJ just writes through and creates a structure for? How do you guys do that? I am quite
yeah,
curious.
definitely let us know. And I look forward to having more conversations like this going forward. And we'll probably be back next time with another slightly more business focused episode, but at the same time, like, notice how the business just like it creeps in no matter what. Like this was a craft talk, and yet it really is the way that we deal with our craft is absolutely influenced by the way that we conduct our business.
Mm-hmm. And
So I guess it's just you can't totally separate them.
looking forward to hearing what all of you guys think about that. If you're on one of the podcasting locations, just leave it as a comment, a review, and on YouTube, the comment section down below. And thank you for hanging out with us today.
And thank you, Katrina, for talking to me
It's been a
so
pleasure.
early in the morning.
I'm amazed how well this worked, so we'll have to keep this in mind if we need to.
Yep. All right.
Hello and welcome to Two Cats Writing Podcast. I'm your host, Katrina Taylor, and your co-host, or my co-host.
I'm MJ Beasy.
And I think that's the perfect introduction for our topic today.
I don't know
That
what
is-
you mean, Katrina. What could you possibly mean by that?
If you guys haven't noticed between our shorts and our podcast already, the two of us are definitely neurospicy. We have that ADHD thing going on for sure. We have
Yeah, I have diagnosed ADHD. It's really bad.
me too, and autism tendencies and
Autism. Yeah,
neurospiciness.
yeah, I'm quite certain that I am ADHD. I haven't been evaluated formally for autism, but the only reason is that I am not actually seeking treatment for autism, so I
Mhm.
haven't felt like it was going to necessarily at my stage in life be particularly useful to me necessarily to have the diagnosis.
Mhm.
But I have reason to believe that it is there. But yeah, but I do have diagnosed ADHD. That was a wild process.
Right?
And I do have treatment for ADHD. I am only able to do this now for a living because I have treatment for ADHD, because I am medicated for ADHD, and that has changed my life in a lot of ways. But
Mhm.
uh
And I can testify to the same, exactly the same reasoning for why I haven't gone and done the autism verification. However, I've done a few of the online assessments, and I have a lot of good reasons to think I
yeah.
fit.
Yeah, there my entire life, like every I just look back at things and I say, "Oh,
Hmm.
that makes sense now."
Right?
Ah, that
Like a light.
really weird thing about me that I
Mhm.
never understood now suddenly makes sense. So yeah. And I mean it was the same way with ADHD, but
Uh-huh.
was like blowing wide open my whole life and history. Like I have lived an ADHD life. I've changed careers multiple times.
Mhm.
My
And went
entire
gun-ho
history is
every single
made out
time,
of
didn't you?
ADHD. I what? What did I do?
You went gun-ho every single time.
Oh my god,
Full steam ahead.
all in.
Mhm.
And most of the time like had like succeeded until I decided to leave the
Mhm.
whatever the thing was. So like I've done well in all my ADHD careers until I didn't want them anymore. And one of the great things
Mhm.
about being or one of the reasons why I wanted to seek treatment for ADHD is I didn't want being an author to become another one of those things. I didn't want it to be another thing where I wrote one book, sold
Mhm.
one book, and then lost all interest in being an author and went off to do something else.
Mhm.
So being on medication, besides, other improvements in my life and, improving my focus in general, helps me to power through the difficult parts about being an author that are the things that would typically be the precursor to me losing interest in it and moving on to something else. So it's helping me through the hard parts. And with that in mind, we're here to talk about deadlines, friends.
With and managing it with our neurospiciness, and we have both had
Yeah.
we have different kinds of deadlines as authors
Mm.
that will absolutely overlap in both types of publishing. And one of those is the self-imposed deadlines, and we all have them. I think just by being authors, we get it in our head. We want to get this story done by next spring, or we want it done by the end of the month, or if you're truly ambitious or a little bit ADHD and determined and block out the rest of the world, you might want to try to get your 40,000 word book done by the end of the week, which has happened at least once in my life. actually maybe it was 60. It was 20, 40, 60.
Yeah.
It was, yeah, it might have been like a week and a half,
Yeah.
but it was 3 different novellas is what it turned into be.
Yeah.
And it can be done. Do I recommend it?
No.
No.
I also do not. It's kind of funny. You know what's funny, Katrina, is that so many months ago, when we originally settled on this as a topic for the podcast, and we were going to record it. And if you guys don't believe we have ADHD, you should know that it was many months ago that we decided to record this episode, and now we are finally recording it. But I wrote down notes for myself, and the first note I wrote down on ADHD and deadlines was deadlines. I need them. And that is absolutely true. Like, if I don't have deadlines, it is hard for me to get into that ADHD, gotta get it done, the deadline is coming up mindset, that like emergency hyper-focused mindset that sometimes we rely on. I need deadlines, but I will say that the deadline that I just got off of, which was, do you want me to talk about it now at all?
Yeah, this is fun. You're just getting off of a big external deadline. And yes, I do want you to talk about it. And I am in the middle of an internal deadline that's slightly motivated by external because I have a lot of other projects and I'd have no idea what it means not to put 100 fires in the iron or 100 irons in the fire. I am totally lipping this episode. Go on. Tell us about your fun external deadline.
So yeah, I just had a deadline, and like I need deadlines. And actually my issue with this deadline was that I should have asked for a deadline, for an earlier deadline. I should have asked my editor for another deadline. So here's the thing. And hopefully by the time this podcast actually airs, and in fact we might have to wait to air this particular one for this to be true, that the book in question will be like publicly known to be in the works. So hopefully by the time this goes up, that will be the case. But anyway, it is public knowledge that regardless of when this is, it is public knowledge that I originally got a 2-book deal with I Was a Teenage Death God. It may be less public knowledge that the second book is that it was for Potterville duology, that the second book is meant to be the second half of that story. In my contract, like, it had dates for when the contract states a bunch of dates, and then there's a schedule that also I get from my editor for each book. But there was a deadline scheduled for when the original draft of the manuscript for the second book had to be delivered to my editor. And there was another thing that had to happen before that, which was I needed to write up a formal proposal. Like we had when we signed the deal in the first place, like I had to give my editor like basically kind of a summary of what I thought the second book was going to be in order for them to even like acquire the book. But in order to get like the go ahead and write the whole book, I also needed to do a proposal, which was going to be, it would be the first like few chapters of the book, like first 50 pages of the book, I think is what they wanted. And it was either 30 or 50. Anyway, it ended up being 2 chapters for the way my book was. And then an outline with all the rest of the chapters there, like with every other chapter. Now, I talked about this in a short that you will have probably seen prior to this, folks who are here. I am a pantser. Like, I typically do not outline a book before writing it. I just start writing a book, and wherever it goes, like, I discover it. I'm a discovery writer. And wherever it goes, that is where the book goes. This does not fly in a situation like this. If you're selling a book on proposal, it does not fly. Like, for obvious reasons, understandable reasons, before an editor acquires something, before a publisher buys a book in advance, they need to know what it is. Like that.
It's
Right.
totally fair. They need to know really what the book is, how it goes, if it's something they actually are going to like and want to work on and think they can sell. So like my editor needs to know what's going to happen in this book, what the sequence of events are, how it's going to end. Like my editor needs to know those things, and it is very understandable. So where I think I messed up was I needed to add, there wasn't a deadline for the proposal in my contract or in the schedule. That was left to me to just like do at some point but there was this hard like deadline for the manuscript getting turned in. So I think I should have asked my editor for a deadline for the proposal, because what happened was I'm a pantser, I'm bad at writing outlines, blah, blah, blah. So I procrastinated on it because it was hard. I procrastinated on it because I have ADHD. That is what we do.
We're good at it.
When we don't want to do it, we don't do it. we have a really hard time. It is difficult to occasionally to the point of impossible to do a thing that we are not interested in doing. And I was not interested in writing that outline because I am bad at outlines and it's hard. And I think that the truth is I needed an external deadline set for me that I would feel utter humiliation about not actually making, because my internal deadlines were not working. My internal, like, I want to have it done by this and this, that wasn't enough. That wasn't enough to push past the reluctance to do the thing. And I needed to have that external deadline where if I didn't make the deadline, like I was gonna, lose face or like mess up my very first publishing contract. Because what happened was I did not get that proposal in until, I want to say it was August or something. And late August, maybe even September 1st, might have even been early September. I kept saying, no, I gotta write the short story for the podcast first. And then I was like, what are you doing, MJ? What do you even think you are doing? Not prioritizing your publishing contract. Like, you need to do this. And so I switched gears and I was like, I'm gonna get this done by this time. So it was quite late. So I believe that I got the go ahead to start writing the full draft. And keep in mind, I only had 2 chapters written that I could send with the proposal, right? I only had the 2 chapters. I had to write the whole rest of the book by the end of the year. And, there are people who are fast writers who, that's just nothing to them. Like, oh, whatever, like 3-4 months to write a book. No problem. I have written stuff that fast, but in general, I am not that fast. Like, when I have written that fast, it's been because I was so into the thing. Like, I wrote most of I Was Teenage Death God originally, like, in a 3-month period. Like, I wrote the first 2 chapters and like maybe a part of another chapter after that, and like procrastinated for months and months and months, and then like finished writing it all like really fast, like at the end of 2019. But that is not the norm. That is not the norm. It takes me a freaking long time to write a book. What was I thinking that this was giving me enough time? Now, before you start worrying, I did make the deadline, but it was so much pain. I spent the last 2 weeks of December, like, so all through Christmas and all through New Year's, writing like basically all the time. Like, I took I took almost no time off for the holidays. My spouse, like, basically I just disappeared. I didn't exist as a person for like 2 weeks because all I was doing was writing my book. And I finally emailed the draft to my editor at 2 a.m. Before it was due.
that day. Like
That
they were
is
coming back
awesome.
to their desk that day.
Mhm. That is so ADHD.
It was so ADHD. And also, like I think that it is fine. My editor is great and sent me an amazing email the next day
Mhm.
about it. Obviously hasn't read it yet, so like I still could get it. It could be when I get my edit letter, it's like this is garbage and you need to start from scratch, or even like we cannot publish. Like this is not gonna. We're not gonna be able to do this. Like it could be bad, but I think more likely it's gonna be we're gonna have a lot of work to do, but it's doable. Because I would say I did not have the time that I really wanted to like go back. Like by the time there were things, because I am still a pantser, because I am still a discovery writer, there were things that I like brought into the book during those last 2 weeks, like that I discovered like 2 days before I had to turn it in. Like, oh my god, I got this great idea. I'm gonna write this in, and I did. But it would be better if I had then like still a month to revise that and like really work it into the plot, like really work it, like really go back. Like I would not say that the draft I turned in was the thing I would want, because I wrote like I started writing it, I started working on it pretty hard after like September when I got the go ahead, but like I did not get as far as I should have. And by the time it came to those last 2 weeks, I still had like 40,000 words to write to like get to a word count that could be considered even remotely like okay for YA, like so it's underwritten, like, so I've turned to this manuscript, but it is probably gonna go up in word count instead of down, which is the opposite of the way my books usually go. Usually I'm like, oh, hi, my draft is 90,000 words. I can't sell that in YA. I have to cut out 10,000 words, like usually it's that. And now I'm more like, oh, wow, this is probably short, like 10,000, 15,000 words like that. And we're going to be adding those later in developmental edits, and it's going to be like a heavy edit. Like I don't think it's bad. Like I read it and I love a lot of it, but a lot of I'm like, this is not the clean kind of, this is not as good as I would have liked it to be on my very first contract. And I sent a bunch of notes to my editor with it when I sent it in, like of the things I thought were, but problems I saw that we probably would want to be solving along the way. And then also like, this is my first time writing a first draft under contract, and I learned a lot about managing my time. And they were so nice about it. Yeah, they were so nice about it. They were like, yes, writing under contract is such a different beast. And, like they are so kind. And I feel like the editing process is going to be great. And I think they're brilliant. And I'm really excited to hear everything that's wrong with my book and what we have to fix, because I think it'll end up being a great book. Like I'm excited for working on this book with them. But man, awesome. That sucked. Don't do that, you guys.
Yeah, seriously, don't. But it is very ADHD, and it is very much a know yourself thing. You knew you should have had a deadline for turning something in sooner so that you can get to the next step sooner.
Yep.
In my case, I know when I'm dealing with the deadlines, and bear in mind that my motivation is very different because of the choice of business that I'm in. I get paid differently. I'm not on somebody else's schedule. If I don't release a book, money doesn't come in. If I don't release the next story, we go broke. And for some reason, I like eating. So do my cats and everyone under my household. And so they like it when I release a book and make a couple of dollars and can, pay for food and stuff.
And wow. That is wild, Katrina.
Right? So this is where it gets complicated for me. When the ADHD, I'm going to call it a flare-up. It's not a flare-up. It's just that I let it take over for whatever reason. Life gets distracting or stressful. Yeah. Circumstances, situations beyond my control start to interfere, and the ADHD gets intrusive. This is actually where Twitch initially started for me. I already get up
at crazy in the morning anyway. And I write.
Same.
And I sit there for 2 or 3 hours normally and write. And that was my schedule for years. And then I saw people on Twitch doing it. And I was like, well, why am I not just doing that? Because the accountability means I will actually be writing. And so that became my deadline mitigator. That became my accountability partner. Everybody I talked to on Twitch. And so now I started, like, around the same time I started streaming, I started doing this other challenge that I'm doing in January. Because usually by the end of the year, everything I plan has gone off the rails. And last year was no exception. We both know, like, my last 2
so
months
real.
were insane,
That's so real.
right?
Yeah.
So I start every year with a short story a day challenge. And it is literally write a short story every single day for the month of January without fail. Are
I
they
am
good short
shaking my
stories?
head. I am shaking my head so hard right now. Like, oh, no, not me. Never, never. I'm so impressed. Continue.
I started doing this actually in July of 2019, and I started off doing it twice a year. I just didn't think I was a very good short story writer. I'm probably still not one of the best,
Ah.
but this forced me to improve.
Yeah,
And
that's one way to do it.
so I did it in July and I did it in January. And then I did it in July and January for another couple of years. Then we did it in September and January. And I've given you a preview of some of the big things that I've got going on besides this year. And I will share more of that, I'm sure, over the course of our podcast. But with all of that in mind, I wanted to make sure I was at least getting January in. We're going to start the year off right. We're going to start the year writing every single day, but not just writing, but proving to myself I can get to the end. Because as silly as it sounds, I need that reminder that I can end a story, that I can complete it, so that A, the imposter syndrome doesn't take over, and B, I don't let myself get distracted. Then I
I think that
complicated it. And I also have a novella I'm writing at the same time. So
that's just, I can't even. I mean, I think that is, maybe we all need that. I don't know. Maybe it's just, I think with ADHD comes a lot of imposter syndrome because we spend a lot of time doubting our ability to finish things, doubting our ability to follow through. And because there have been times when we did not and like couldn't, or but I think that I haven't written as many books as you, obviously, or even close. But I still constantly need that reminder that yes, I can finish a book. Like, even as horrible as that deadline experience was that I just had, that I'm hoping next time around I will do better. I will manage my time better from the beginning and not get myself into that situation. Because
this is why we've
ADHDers.
dragged you into the writing community.
I tell you, the eternal pain is you cannot write a whole book in the last half hour before it's due. Unlike everything we did in
Please don't do that,
school,
guys.
unlike everything we did in school and all the stuff that we have done at work over the years,
I love.
we
you remember in
actually
high
can't
school?
just write the whole thing before
No.
it's due, the half hour before it's due with a whole book. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. It's too big.
Do you remember in high school when you thought 500-word essays, 1,000-word essays were so hard?
I would say I didn't think they were hard, but that was because I wrote them the half hour before they were due when I was in like major hyper focus. Like I was in, and so I'm like, yeah, concentration is my superpower. I'm so great. Ha ha ha. I can write this whole thing right now and I'm going to get an A. And I did. But that doesn't translate to whole book. That does not.
I remember sitting in a classroom with people, like, you'd hear this minute the teacher says, oh, you've got 1,000 words to write or 500 words to write, which, by the way, translates into 1 page, 2 pages, in case anybody wants page numbers. And I would listen to the whole room groan. And I kept very quietly not really trying to respond, because in my head, like you, it really wasn't hard. It really wasn't.
Man.
And I hear everybody else complain, I don't want to do it. It's just so much. It's like, no, really. If you were paying attention in class, whatever it was you were supposed to write about has probably already been discussed. And you don't have to draw from everything and you don't have to invent anything. Just put it on paper.
I mean, also like you guys have been listening to this podcast. I can say 1,000 words in like 15
Uh-huh.
minutes, like no problem.
Exactly. And you can dictate your article. By the way, if anybody who is still in school wants a quick shortcut, use voice typing, dictate your article, and edit it. 15 minutes,
Whole-
you could have the whole thing written. You just need to structure it.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
Whole book.
I forgot to turn the microphone itself off. My bad. Absolutely. As always. It's a terrible habit I have. It was good. And yes, I am still in shared chat with the incredible Decaf NVIDIA. And it was good. I got to spend some time with Dad. I talked to Mom about a project she's doing. So how have you guys been? What did you guys think of the the podcast? For as much as you got to see? I do too. I'm having a lot of fun with it. It's a lot. It's awesome. You took notes? What did you take notes on? What about Blogspot? Are you curious? Mm-hmm. Which is exactly what we're hoping for, Madman. That is exactly what we're hoping for. I guess technically, as first connected, I was posting it on Blogspot, but I was on Twitter when I was doing it. I was sharing it. I was just sharing the story. Um, and people reached out to me, so and I'm glad you think it's well organized and produced. Uh, our producer Decaf is doing a great job with the production side. MJ and I are just doing recording side. Don't you stand on my yes. Don't you stand on my keyboard. You stand on my keyboard, you will lose some paws or grow some wings. I'm not sure which will come first. Rachel? Ooh. Transitions in the story. Decaf would be the person probably for that. Okay. Okay, he is done trying to walk on my keyboard. I think my keyboard is safe. Hooray! Ah, I see what you mean. Maybe. Takes a village and makes a wall sound great. Yeah. Okay. Sir? I absolutely adore my cat. He's awesome and loved and amazing. And about to get his butt taped someplace else. I'm not sure which transition you're talking about. Story stuff is just something we all kind of progress with differently. But yeah, she's pretty awesome with that stuff. Necesito comida. Water is very, very important. I don't care what anybody says. So I should do that as well. I don't know. Rachel might need to be taped to the seat because he's driving nuts. But he's very cute. Hmm. I do think it's definitely got its own unique style. Yeah. Okay. How did you get games or animations that didn't make it in the game? Hmm. So they were built in, but they weren't unlocked? Mm. Okay. Mm-hmm. All right. I need to worry about water and what else was I going to do? I'm going to do something else. Okay. Mm-hmm. It would probably take them some effort to even identify what it is. But if they do, expect that you'll have to redo all of that again from scratch. Hire an artist is always the safest, but we all understand that sometimes budgets are what they are and you got to adjust. So you can do what you've got now and always plan to remake it as soon as you've got it. Exactly. Mm-hmm. Exactly as we should be. All a little mad. Okay, so I think I've got the logo concept together. It has been brought to my attention though that I need to make an adjust. Hmm. Patreon is I have known a lot of people who find Patreon very helpful. I have not opted to try it myself, although that may change. If you've got one, though, yeah. If you have a Patreon, share it. Okay, so my dad said that when he looked at this, what he saw was um, the letter C in the K. I need to make the K a little bit more clear that it's a K. I think that works, right? Oh, I should. Okay. Because what my dad saw was CKK, which is not what we're aiming for. Okay, good. Hmm. Mm. It requires sustenance. I just have no idea what it want. Mm. Okay, querying when you are um, writing a letter. Excuse me. It means writing a letter to inquire if your book could be considered for a publisher's use, or if an agent will consider taking up representation of your book. So you have to send out a query letter to make that submission and make yourself known to these people in the industry. Mm. It's different. I guess it's kind of marketing adjacent, but I would call it different because this is usually before you're published. You're just trying to get representation, or you're just trying to get involved in the industry. So I guess in a sense you are marketing yourself. Yeah, it's a lot closer to pitching. You're trying to convince people. You usually think, mm, yeah, yeah, it is very important. Um, yeah, um, uh, it's a process. It's a process for sure that you usually have to spend. No, sorry, I got distracted by Decaf responding to. But yes, it is a process. It is a thing that it takes time, it takes energy. You identify what agents are looking by doing the research to find out what agents are looking, or what publishers will take direct from author submissions. Typically, if you're going the traditional route, you need an agent to better represent you. And then they do all of that forward facing interactive stuff with the publisher. They negotiate your contract, they try to get you a better deal, they give you options to try to build. Yes, you should be setting to agents first. Now, if you happen to know a small or mid-sized publisher that you want to be published with, then you can do a direct to submit, and they have a process for that as well. Key aspects here is that you are writing your query letter, including your information about your story, and current data on social media plans, like how can you support this book as well, and showing that you're dedicated to what you're doing, kind of a thing. And that goes into your query letter, and you send that to your agents, or you send that to the small publishers that are direct to publisher. NJ can give you more specifics, or probably even a template. We'll work on adding that to our tool sheet. Um, It is very cool. And there are processes where you can get involved in different pitch things that'll help you identify that what active agents are actively looking and such. And that's very, very helpful when you can do that. I am typing my responses to decaf. Well, that'll be stuff that we are already including in our tool sheet that we are putting out with the podcasts. So we can draw stuff from there as well as time goes along. It is a page. It's pinned in under many of our videos. I haven't gotten to all of them yet, but it will be on the podcast channel. I'm including a marketing plan and that kind of thing in it. Oh, interesting. No, I haven't got it set up to hear decaf, but I haven't, mostly because I haven't cleared that with decaf since I got back. Well, but I suppose I should. You get bad, I kind of like this too. Yeah, it really doesn't. But then again, I'm not really sure the silver one does either. I've done better with it, but I'm not sure it really stands out. Not a fan of that one. Mm. Doesn't let me do much to change shadows or colors. Stands out on black. Stands out nicely on black. Something to think about. Certainly for business cards and that kind of thing. Mm. Right. Yeah, I'm not sure what I can do with that. Yet. I'm going to take a minute and check something else. Oh, might do it. I am pivoting to try to find a crowdfunding option that would work. That's the one I want, the backer kit. So I'm thinking about doing this. Because it doesn't seem like it's necessarily the best option for what I'm doing. Kind of. More like Kickstarter. Well, if that's all I was going to do, though, then that's a retail thing. Just create a retail and call it a day. And we could totally do stuff like that for sure. Mm. 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 I do try to make things available to everyone, but if the goal is to be able to make this thing that will be available to everyone, creating methodology to do so and providing incentives to assist seems like the right, or at least a solid approach. Um, so yeah, I guess in a sense there is a level of preferential choices built in, but they are and that's a different approach altogether that needs to be kept in mind. I would rather 100 people spend $10 on one of my books because that's, one of my thin short books that don't require as much to print, than have one person spend $100 on basically the same thing. Um, there's always extremes with everything. Everyone's human. We're all going to do it differently. In that regard. So yeah, there are definitely people who are going to be extreme and they're just like, well, if I'm doing it this way, you're totally supporting all my things. And so in that case, they're thinking you're supporting them for them, which is fine and you should be. But I do also know that a lot of people who are doing the crowd participating in the crowdfunding are also doing it because they want the thing. So yeah, you want to make sure that whatever you're doing makes sense, in my humble opinion. But I'm saying this as somebody who's been a supporter but never a creator in these things. But if I can do this, this will find a way, this will further help our viability for grants. My minimal goal for grant applications is $50,000 in grants. But if I could get $100,000 in grant, that puts us in an even better place. Do you know what I mean? So stuff like this, where I can create crowdfunding that hits the milestones that I set, is already helpful for validating what they're going to want to do. I try. There are always going to be things that I'm probably not going to want in the public for different reasons. And that's part of the process of running a business. But I am trying to be transparent wherever I can be and wherever it makes sense to be. And my big goal right now is to make sure that yes, there absolutely are. There's always going to be better ways. And a lot of the times it's just better ways for what we're doing. That's the one thing I have learned, that things that go well for some people are just never going to go well for all of us. It's just, no blanket covers everything, but a blanket that covers most gives us a good place to start. It gives us a viable method of developing our goals and learning how to adjust that to each individual person can make, and each individual goal set makes a difference. And that's what I'm trying to figure out, is what's going to be the right place. I'm reading something like, oh, you should crowdfund. I'm like, dudes, give me the information I need to set one up that I like. I'm trying to pick one of the smaller ones for my own purposes. I feel like I may have a better place. I also want to make sure that the location that I'm trying to set up for is going to be in the same vein, which is why I like BackerKit, because it's all for creatives. If you look at all the things set up on it, BackerKit, it's very creative in mind. They're all creators. Some of them are just trying to get funded for their stickers. You know what I mean? Small stuff. I am looking for a lot more. I've set a mental crowdfunding note, because in my brain where I'm thinking I want to raise $25,000, and I want to be on a platform that allows me to maybe set the goal at $5,000 and build to 25. And that's where something like a Kickstarter comes in, because you can do that. And then if you get the $5,000 and that goes into your down payment, or that $5,000 goes into your initial supplies and marketing, or it pays for your website or whatever, that's great. You're in a good place. But if I can go from 5,000 to 25, now I've got a little bit more to put toward proving the concept. I'm not just proving that I can get funded, because that could just be me being a happy, smiley person that gets funded, that people just feel good about supporting. And that's wonderful. But I want to be able to demonstrate that I've got a solid business concept that people will want to participate in or support in a different way. And that's where, setting something up to something like $25,000 is demonstrating a general interest among creatives for a retreat that accomplishes what I'm trying to accomplish. If that makes sense. So if I can create stretch goals and be able to develop things the way we need them to develop, then we're in a good spot. And it proves it. We need it to prove interest is more than anything. At least that's what I'm trying to do. And I'm trying to find a way to do it that empowers our community when it's all said and done. Our community being our fellow creatives and that sort of thing. So, and that's the other hard part, is that when I start looking at my stretch goals, how do I set up stretch goals? Because initially it's going to be simple things like, all right, you are going to get my Xerox series. You get my foundation series, for example. Anybody who signs up for the first at $25, the first $125 people get print copies of my original series, because that's what I've got to offer. Right. And that is entirely possible too. But this is where, I've got to figure out how we're going to hit those, how we're going to outline those stretch goals and what they're going to be contributing to. So exactly, like, what are the benefits of contributing, of donating, what have you. But what I need is to know that I'm positioning myself with the community that's going to benefit from it. And that's kind of why I'm looking at alternatives. BackerKit specifically is very creator interested. I could absolutely do a Patreon, but Patreon tends to be a lot more for online businesses and subscription services. And if that's all I needed, I could set up a subscription service through Square right now and be done and market that. But I want to do more. I want something where I can put forward facing. Yes, I like Ko-fi a lot. I do use Ko-fi and will probably use Ko-fi through this. But Ko-fi for me is different. Ko-fi operates different. Its layout is different. I need something that I can set up, and as we hit new goals, I'll get some kind of a notification, or I will have somebody who can monitor it while we're doing this. Um, and yes, Ko-fi is a lot like Patreon, but I feel like if I were going to pick between Ko-fi and Patreon for a long-term something, I would pick Ko-fi over Patreon. I just like the feel over there, basically, or better. Exactly. Exactly. 100%. And since my goal isn't just I'm trying to get stuff paid for situation, although I would like to, my goal is to demonstrate interest. I need something that does exactly that. That fits exactly what I'm doing. I need to be able to say, look at all these people, who have faith in this concept and who want to potentially participate in this as we get closer to launching and that kind of thing. If I could purchase this by September, and I, would hope that by October we can start at least doing the vendor stuff in the hall. And then from there, it's a process. But at least we'll be getting some kind of income. With that, and that helps to build us out. So I'm not looking at a situation where I necessarily need a boat ton of income, but I do need that solution. I need that proof. I need that ability to demonstrate that this is a viable, reasonable solution for what we're trying to solve, which is filling a gap for creatives in this area. And if I do it right, creative in general, because my goal within 3 years is to have structured regular places for artists and authors to retreat to that are way out of their norm, that are supported and hopefully inspiring, truly unique, an experience situation, instead of just what you go through every day, which all of us need for our writing, for our creating. We all need a break at different times. And I'd like to be able to create a place that's reasonable, that's structured that way, that's affordable, that puts things that we wouldn't normally do within reach. And if I could get some kind of a founding, let's say I set $25,000 and we fill out $25,000, I could literally, start giving away one of those a year or two of those a year, because we're in that kind of position where the bills are paid for us to be able to do that. I'm not a fan of trying to have a bunch of investors coming in and telling me how to do this, because investors are generally people who are they're not here because they want to support what you're doing. They're here because they see money. And I'm just not a fan of just that. And I certainly don't want them involved in that process. I like money too, but if I'm trying to create something that's going to help everybody, then I also have to be willing to lose some money along the way. It can't just be, I'm going to invest in this thing because I want money back. Yeah. They can't be. See, this one goes strictly for supporting 501(c) or C3, whatever, which I am not. I'm just. Peer to peer. What do you have for peer to peer? That's not a bad approach at all. I just don't want the money people trying to influence the way we run the business. Hmm. See, that's different. Usually, when you're dealing with investors, they want a voice in the running of the company. Not a lot of them, but many of them do. Oh, see, now that is something I could see doing. That would be the only way I could do that, because that would be the only way I could do it. This one seems interesting. Right. But when Kickstarter was set up, and then that's why I'm looking for something that's community centric, creative community centric for trying to do fundraising with, or crowd funding with. Uh, but that would be a case of that's a different kind of brainchild. I don't want to go. That's why I'm looking at crowdfunding versus investors, and I don't want to do crowdfunding on a site that caters to investors, because I want to keep that separation. If you would like to believe in the opportunity, and you can get, like, the best benefit that I could guarantee would be on there is that they would get early. Right. That is what I'm trying to do. And it's nice to know that there are some structures where people aren't looking for all of the other things because of all the influence and stuff. Um, See this? I feel like this program is just looking for nonprofits. Which I am not. Oh, I know once we start getting some things rolling, some of the early stuff that we're going to be doing, that will be more community centric. Is we're going to have subscriptions so that people who are subscribed to as members of the Nave, that they will have the opportunity to. Are you peeing on my floor instead of in your lap? You can yell at me all you want. You still can't pee on the floor. You have a litter box for a reason. I'll get it cleaned out. Look at me. Or don't. No, sorry. Baby girl interrupted. I couldn't let her just do that. Anyway, I'm going to sell memberships to the Nave, which will give everybody like a discount to the services and a discount to early subscriptions, early announcements to our um everything that develops and grows that we're doing. Support creative livelihood, donate your donation helps support our new. Oh, okay. I I think it'll be good, but that'll be our bare minimum. You get all sorts of early notifications. You get minimum. You get discounts on the retail. You get discounts on any services that we offer. I'm sitting here trying to subscribe to their newsletter, and they're being difficult. Mighty Cause is a different possible site that I'm looking at for funding as a crowdfunding source. But I'm thinking that they are I'm thinking that they're just mostly for nonprofits, so probably not me. Mm. Right, but if they're looking for 501(c)(3)s, I don't qualify because I am a LLC. So, yes, I think this will be a good cause. I think the Nave will be awesome. I also think that I need to make sure that the crowdfunding site that I go with is going to support creatives specifically. If I do that, I think authors and artists and creators in general would be willing to support it. It'll be for the community. And I think as we reach our goals, these will be things that unlock would have to be things that are going to benefit everybody in the sense that, okay, so we've hit the $5,000. We are guaranteed now that we've got our website design and it will be put up and it'll be gorgeous and we can begin selling some basic stuff that will go to supporting the Nave in its if it's in its creation process and development process. You know, if we get to $10,000, we are going to be able to hire our first social media employee, dedicated social media person to do all the social media or something like that. You know, things that are going to benefit the project as a whole. Where, you know, like $25,000 would be we will enter everyone who has donated into a drawing for a giveaway or create a path for them to be part of a giveaway for one of the first retreats that we offer, something like that. But I think this is going to be a wonderful thing. I really do. Yeah, I don't want equity crowdfunding. But yes, this is a mighty cause. I just don't think that I'm the right structure for that one. I am still leaning toward, for the stuff I'm seeing, I'm still leaning toward backer kit. I just have to figure out how we're going to do. Mm, I want to see how they're set up. Okay. Yeah, if you look at all the backer kit projects, they are all creative. So sitting here designing a fundraiser for a creative retreat. I take a paper towel first and wipe it into an empty container for like the can out there if it were empty. Mm. But then we also need to set out like what are our stretch goals where we I don't know. What do you guys think? This is something I absolutely want to be a community driven development process. I think it will be better that way. I think that our design will have more impact. Well, the workshops are going to be designed. This is where the hard part of this is going to be. Um, hmm. Outlining exactly what we're going to be providing, because typically everybody gets something for their contribution. It might be a sticker, it might be it might be a recognition, something. Obviously, they all go into a newsletter because they should, because we should be able to keep track of them and keep in contact as we're growing so they can be aware of what we're doing. But we need to be willing to gift something that they can hold on to. I just have to figure out what along the way. I also need to have a very specific goal. Like, okay, this $5,000 is going to allow us to turn all the pews into bookshelves or something of that nature. And then what gift do I mail out to everybody who's helped us get there? Is it going to be like a chapter or a gift box, like something from book by mail. That could work. Um, and then, because the workshop stuff is going to, honestly, as long as the main hall is ready, the workshop will happen without a problem. The only thing we'd have to do is get tables to put in there between pews, and the person who's going to organize the workshops will come in and she'll start making those happen. We won't have transportation initially because, maybe if we get to $25,000, we would be able to use that to contribute to converting the van that's going to get our visitors to and from the location. But then I would want to gift them something else, to say thank you. Just have to figure out how to do that and what we're doing. And like I said, the bigger thing with this is less because I need the money because I know I'm going to get it in grants and everything, but more to be able to demonstrate that those grants are warranted and that this is something important, valid, whatever you want to call it. That would be cool. Ideally, but bear in mind that with every memorable box, there's a cost to have it customized. So we want to minimize what we're going to put out wherever we can. First tiers, $10, $15. I certainly don't want to be sending out a box that's worth $10 or $15 by itself. Does that make sense? Like that kind of defeats our goal. But if somebody is going to donate $300, something like that could be fun and would make more sense. Yes, the box was $5, but they're buying it in such a volume that it's the box you showed me is not going to have the same kind of effect as the volume we're going to buy it in, even at $25,000, let's say, we have 5 people who bring us there or something. That's a distinct possibility, but spending that kind of money on a box like that for 5 people. Something simple, maybe customized with the Nave logo that I've been working on, would do the job. Putting in there, images of dragons and knights and nature or characters that I'm writing. These are a wax seal, absolutely reasonable. The cost for a wax seal to be designed is like $30. Well, to be made after you've designed it, which theoretically my logo would be the design. So it'd be like $30 to have a wax seal made, and then the supplies might be another 30. I think I've already priced it because I want to be able to use that as an option with the I want to use it as an option with the book by mail thing as it grows. And that will be absolutely beautiful. So yeah, that's an entirely affordable option, and certainly something we could use for each layer, level, whatever. We could seal the box, we could seal inside letters. If we decide to put a bunch of stickers together, we could use the wax seal to seal the sticker pouch or something like that. Totally doable. Okay, so I think I've kind of settled that we're probably going to go with backer kit. I just have to figure out how to make it work. So we've got backer kit as our funding option. Our next step is to start brainstorming how to leverage backer kit effectively. Yeah, definitely progress. Now we got to outline and figure out what are our incentives. We want to leverage the campaign. What can we give them? Are we going to give them all a gift box? And what gets unlocked at what stage? What kind of gift box gets developed? If that's what we're doing. If we're not doing, let's say we're Um, hmm. That's actually okay. So like $5. Somebody wants to donate. What are we going to give them? We'll give them a name on a digital registry somewhere online or where someplace else. So we can give them something basic, simple. Um, maybe at $25 we give them a free membership because the membership for the Nave is going to be $15. So now they're on a digital wall and they get 1 month of friendship of the Nave friendship credit, which gives them, if they're online, they get 10% off of everything. And if they're like sales stuff, and if they're in person, they'll also get, the other in-person discounts and credits. Mm-hmm. We have Friends of the Nave in my membership tiers. That's just somebody who's paying like $15 a month. They are going to get a subscription to our newsletter, which will all the announcements. They get early access announcements. They're the first place that we let people know when a new event is secured. The Friends of the Nave, because they're friends, they're supporting us. Yeah, I'm trying to find. That's why it's got to be pretty specified how we're going to do this. Hmm. um. Something maybe. maybe something like that for like the first tier. Is that too little, do you think? I mean, when I think first tier, I'm like $5, maybe 10. What do you think? And then maybe we could start mailing stuff out with like Knave related merch, maybe for the next tier. Not at $5 or $10 or something. No. That's what I'm trying to figure out. What um hmm. um hmm. Well, and this is the like usually with these crowdfunding sites, you're getting an initial donation kind of a situation. They may not be subscribed per se. Um, we definitely want them hooked. We definitely want them to come and visit when we are actually physically open. Hmm. At least initially. When we get higher, I would be like if somebody donated $250, we could do like a box of all sorts of Knave labeled things, and maybe they get the first set of brochures about the Knave and free passes. So if they travel out here, their first day is completely covered or something like that. You know, we could totally do stuff like that and put the Knave stamp wax seal on everything and really make it floofy. But then we're, you know, looking at, you know, something that's fun and interactive. I could probably see that maybe, I don't know. And then if we set it up right, we could definitely do like live streams from the location. So when we do have events, we could do those who are virtual members might be the only ones, or those who are members on some level that are, I don't know, these are one-time things. So maybe the first one they get listed on a special list and they're the only ones who can comment and talk in the stream for a period of time. Make them special members or something. They get all the announcements about stuff, and maybe I don't know, maybe a small welcome kit. I don't know. Like I'm good with doing some. That is true. We could come up with a different dragon thing. We could also come up with, bear in mind, I'm typically a space person, so there's usually stuff like that. I'm just now playing with fantasy. I don't usually. I'm not always 100% comfortable with it, and so I don't know a lot about it. I don't play a lot with it. I don't know. Perhaps brainstorm, and maybe tomorrow I'll probably be on about mid-morning for a little bit. I got an appointment that I got to be at very early. Mm-hmm. There's all decaf stuff. I just copied it out of his stream. Feel free to go like, follow, share decaf stuff. But yeah, we need some kind of a I suppose we could probably start once we are established enough, we could probably get the internet turned on and start a virtual live stream that we run with update that acknowledge those who contributed and thank them. Maybe, I don't know. I'm thinking. Well, the good news is you just let them know. We got an ad starting in about 7 minutes. Okay, so I just started a new poll. It's up until for a little bit. Yeah, I am hoping to do a physical version of that. I don't know that I'd want to do that with someone who's not contributing. I'd say $250, $300 on a regular basis, or not a regular basis, on the founding basis. Like, here's a founding funder, kind of a recognition. And then I would be happy to create a board that we could put in the front part of the main hall that includes founding funders. I've seen a lot of places do that. Has somebody been snoozing my ads? I am thoroughly amused somebody has been snoozing my ads. Considering I haven't seen my I haven't seen my mods in. I was going to snooze this round of ads and I can't because somebody snoozed them already for this stream. I'm so confused. Oh, no. Oh, we're good. All better. Or not. Or not. I guess we'll see. Of course. Of course, ads. Let me complain about them so they show up whether I can do anything about it or not. Yay. Except no, yay. Okay, I do know at the top of the hour we were going to be doing one of the two things on the poll. Anybody who can hear me? Oh, you hear me. Fabulous. Thank you. Um, so top of the hour, we will be doing one of the two things on the poll. I am good with whichever you guys pick. In the meantime, then after that, I'm gonna go do strange things like food. I mean, I had a snack at Dad. That snack. That was not food. Not that I'm complaining. It was yummy. And so far, we have one vote to raid decaf. A strawberry pie. Strawberry cream pie. Very yummy. Not much of a meal, but it's very yummy. See, I haven't done key lime. In this case, it was frozen. It was Nami. But it, again, not really a meal. I need to do the meal thing. Just gotta figure out which one. Let's see. I don't think I've ever had key lime. I also think that it might help me come up with some more ideas for this. Um, no, I don't think I have. I haven't been bold enough when the opportunity has presented itself, which has not been very often. There's not a whole lot of people around me who eat it. There was more when I was in the South that seemed to like it. I may have to do that. But I would want some like a small. I wouldn't want to buy a whole pie if I'm the only one trying it. Um, okay. Well, then I may look into the individual slices. Do you have a brand you suggest? Okay. Hmm. Marie calendar. Okay. I'll see if I can find a slices for Marine calendar. That I can do. I will let you know when I actually get it. It'll probably be in a couple of weeks. Okay. Unless, of course, my vote. Oh, I didn't see the end of the poll. It was the last time I checked. That was to rate decaf. So I guess I should go with the last one I saw. Okay, so the ads are gone. Everyone who sat through those, thank you. Your company is appreciated. Does it show me? Funny how that works. Because I am definitely about to bounce. Because food, I hear, is a good idea. I don't care what the rumors say. Okay. I am thinking I am just going to do this and say thank you to everyone for being your awesome selves, for coming in. Brian, if you are still lurking, congratulations on your anthology contributions. Thank you, Astrid, for following. I hope you enjoyed the book. Sounds perfect. Beyond that, my friends, thank you so much for hanging out with me today and helping me brainstorm some stuff. We are rating an incredible artist and creator. They are very good with and my favorite producer. For those who know that we are in a shared chat, it is the incredible Decaf NVIDIA, who, if you are not following the podcast, please go and do that now. Our raid call is That's All She Wrote, and your favorite raid emote. Feel free to copy and paste if you would like, or pick out your favorite raid emotes. I will be back probably about mid-morning tomorrow, my time. So long after the incredible Decaf and MJ have probably left stream. I love you guys. Thank you for all of your help today and for your awesomeness and your support. I will see you in the next one.